I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting has been duly called and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, and 802. The time is now 6:02. On behalf of the board and myself, I just want to extend our warmest welcome to all of you who are here in attendance, as well as those of you who might be watching at home. Just before we begin, I would like to point out the absence of our superintendent tonight. He's had an extreme family emergency, and so he is not able to be here tonight. He does send his regrets, but it was a situation that he needed to handle with his dad and his mom. So anyway, so that's where he is, and hope that you will understand that. If you would now please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, now we need to consider the items discussed in closed session. Do I have a motion for appointments, discipline, dismissals, duties, employment, evaluations, extensions, leave of absence, non-renewals, and proposals for non-renewals, renewals, reassignments, resignations, retirements, and settlements? I really didn't need to say all that, but I did. Ms. Duke?
Okay. I move that all personnel recommendations be approved, including resignations, new hires, administrative contract renewals, and non-extensions as presented by administration.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. It's a motion and second. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. All right. Okay, moving on. Do I have a motion for our principal at Highland Village Elementary? Ms. Duke?
Ms. Sheffield, I move that Rebecca Clark be approved as the principal of Lamar Middle School as recommended.
Hold on. Highland Village.
Highland Village.
Where is that? Okay, I got the wrong one.
Yep.
I have the wrong form. Let's let somebody else do it.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn?
Because I'm old.
Ms. Vaughn?
I move that Leslie Mitchell be approved as the principal of Highland Village Elementary as recommended by a personnel selection committee and administration.
All right. And thank you, Ms. Cox. That's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you. That's unanimous. Next, we need a motion to approve the principal at Rockbrook Elementary.
Here, I'll try this.
Okay, Ms. Duke.
Okay. I move that Sherry Betts be approved as the principal of the Rockbrook Elementary as recommended by Personnel Selection Committee and Administration.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Cox. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Now, we're going to do the part that I forgot. And we need to go back and we need to invite, do we have Ms. Mitchell in the audience tonight? Hey, you need to come up. And if anybody from the selection committee is here, if you'd like to, because we'd love to take a picture. And Ms. Mitchell, is your family, okay, would you like to invite them up as well and introduce them?
All Highland Village staff that's here, please come forward.
Now, Ms. Mitchell, you need to introduce your family. Congratulations. All right, and now Miss Betts. Is Miss Betts in the audience? Yay. Please come up. And do you have family members with you today?
My husband's here with me.
All right, well, come on up. And then anyone from Rockbrook? Okay, good. Y'all need to come to the middle and stand on this podium. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Betts. All right, moving on to awards, recognitions, and presentations. Dr. Rogers, do you want to introduce the first one for us?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask that Chris Mattingly, the principal of Briar Hill Middle School, come up and make the presentation.
About 6 years ago, Becky McDonald, who at that time was the principal at the Colony High School, called me. She said, "Chris, I hear you're looking for a language arts teacher." I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Well, I have somebody that I want you to interview." And she said she taught here at the Colony High School. She taught freshman English. And she resigned to go to law school. Went to SMU, and she's been out practicing law, but she wants to come back to teaching. So I said, okay, Becky, I'll interview her. And I thought, at the minimum out of this interview, I'm going to get some free legal advice. It's been kind of a rough year that year. So I called her in. And I'm telling you, with some people, you just know within moments that they're a special person and that they're going to be the person that you recommend. And Kristen was one of those people. Within moments of that starting that interview, I knew that she was going to join our staff, and she did. We extended the offer, and we haven't looked back since. Kristen's one of those employees. She's a great teacher. The kids love her. The parents love her. The staff loves her. She's done everything that I've ever asked her to do, which is a whole lot. Design team, building leadership team, mentor teacher. And as Dr. Waddell, I can talk about him since he's not here, right? And nobody will tell him. Yes, not at all. Dr. Waddell reminded me so graciously that first year I made her float, probably into about 3 classrooms. But anyways, we just are honored to have Kristen at our campus. I'm going to tell y'all the same thing I told a group the other night at the Region 11 Awards. You know, in 6 years, I'd like to think as principal that I've taught Kristen a thing or two about teaching, but that would be an inaccurate statement because every day when I walk into Kristen's room, she teaches me what excellent teaching and student learning is about. And we are so proud that we are home to the Region 11 secondary principal of the secondary teacher of the year, Kristen Bell. Come on up, Kristen. Now, Kristen's family is here, Philip, her husband, and then Kate and Watson, her children, and then Kristen's parents are here also. So if y'all would come up too.
Okay, next, if we could have Mr. McDaniels come up. Well, Mr. McDaniels, as most of you probably know, is an outgoing trustee, and he served. I had the privilege of serving with him for a few years, and just really came to grow and appreciate his service to the board and to our district. And so, we hate that he's gone, because I think every time you lose a board member, you see the value that they added, and it's always a hole, which is no disrespect to anybody that's on the board. But anyway, we're really thankful and honored by your time and your service, and thank you for being with us tonight. I don't know if we have a beautiful. There. Do you want to say? Okay. Family. Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. And I know you'll probably want to stay the whole meeting.
It's all right. My daughter and I are back, and we're heading to Uray, Colorado tonight to go forward.
All right. Good night. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we would like to recognize Trustee Chris Vaughn, and this is for Leadership TASB, so just kind of give you an understanding of what that is. TASB is the Texas Association of School Boards, and they have a program called Leadership TASB, and trustees are invited to apply into this program. And they had 60 applicants this year, and 36 were chosen from across the state, and Ms. Vaughn was one. It's a full-year commitment of training just across the state, they go to different types of districts and look at, all kinds of different things. So anyway, we're really proud of her for being accepted into Leadership TASB and the value that she will then bring to our district as being a part of that. So thank you. Okay, we have some cards for tonight. We're entering into the public comment portion of our agenda. The board has public comment cards that are available from 6 to 7. Cards are not accepted after that time and cannot be transferred to a different speaker. Hopefully you will notice that we have added a request for email to our cards. And we've done that so that at the conclusion of the public comment period, at the end of this meeting, that we can give those to the appropriate staff members, and we'll be able to communicate with those who come to speak to us in a more efficient manner, as opposed to a letter or trying to find out how to get in touch with you. So anyway, we're excited about that new feature. So as you know, the board cannot deliberate on any subject that is not included on the agenda. So when you do come to speak, we will be listening, but we cannot deliberate or discuss. So, all right. So first, I have Mr. Herbersek from the City of Carrollton.
There we go. President Sheffield, members of the board, good evening. My name is Doug Herbachik. I'm with the City of Carrollton City Council. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Mayor and Council to officially brief you on the City of Carrollton School Spirit Sign program that I sent you all an email on a couple of weeks ago, if you hopefully did receive that. As we execute on some of our redevelopment initiatives in Carrollton, our schools are going to play a critical role. And since my time on council, we've done a much better job of recognizing students that live in Carrollton and some of their achievements. And our standard is very, very high. We start with state championships. But if you win a state championship in Carrollton, we will now recognize you at a city council meeting, and the mayor typically does a proclamation to go along with that. We did that recently with the Hebron High School girls soccer team, and May 6th in Carrollton was officially the Hebron girls soccer day in Carrollton. Now, the girls were terribly disappointed. They still had to go to school and apparently still had to go to soccer practice, but it was one of the steps we've taken. And after that and some of the other things we've done recently, I still didn't feel like it was enough. My parents grew up in Roscoe, Texas, which is one of those very small towns that if you win a state championship in anything, they typically find the biggest structure in town, and those towns is typically the water tower, and you paint it up. Well, we've got 8 above-ground water towers in Carrollton, and none of them are near the high schools, so we had to come up with a better approach than that. So we did something we feel that was fitting, and generally speaking, these signs will be in the city within the attendance boundaries of our 4 high schools, of which Hebron is one, and generally aligned with the school attendance boundaries as well as the city limits. We're very excited about this program. I have been asked to come and officially brief you on it, so consider yourself briefed. There's 2 FAQs that we get on this. Number 1, every school has the same number of signs. That's probably going to be 5. Number 2, the content of the signs is decided on by the principals of the school. So those are the 2 that you need to know. So outside of that, if you don't have any questions, just want to wish y'all thank y'all for your service, and hope you have a wonderful meeting this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Johnny Foster.
To Dr. Waddell in his absence, to Ms. Sheffield and the board, administrative staff, once again, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to stand and speak before you again. Previously, I spoke on some issues that we were having over the Creek Valley Middle School. I just want to give you a brief update on that. There's been some progress. First of all, I would like to personally thank Dr. Kevin Rogers and his staff over on the east side who've given us the opportunity to address these concerns and bring them forth. He and his staff have personally met with several of our concerned parents. We've been given the opportunity to present our concerns and feelings in regards to these matters at hand. I believe we've come to a mutual understanding that there are some serious issues that need to be addressed. And with that said, we do look forward to the next step of root cause analysis and planning some corrective actions that will reduce and hopefully eliminate some of the problems that we're having there, and actually problems that we're having throughout our district. With that said, I want to also explain some of the issues in more detail that I brought before you, because they're very common and they're more than just at Creek Valley Middle School, they're district-wide. The first one is disproportionate and overrepresentation of African-American students in disciplinary actions across the board, whether that's in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or alternative campuses. Even though the disparities at Creek Valley Middle School are high, I feel that the percentages throughout our district are unacceptable, and they've been that way for quite a while. With that said, I also would like to thank Mr. Tommy Ellington for providing me with some of his precious time, and I do look forward to continuing our discussion on the analysis of the TEA PIMS data that we've discussed and some of the reports that really reflect this data. The second issue of concern is the underrepresentation of African American teachers throughout our district. I'm aware of and understand that we have a policy of non-discrimination, as do all districts in our region. But we have a hard time explaining that the Lewisville Independent School District percentages are below that of our region, our sister region to the east, Region 10, and even throughout the entire state. We have a very diverse district, as you're aware of, student population-wise. Therefore, I believe that many studies have and do support this, that it's important that we have a diverse administrative and teacher staff as well. But I'm afraid that just simply quoting a non-discrimination policy will never get us there. Policies without practices and procedures and accountability usually do not guarantee the desired outcome. If we have no way to measure the effectiveness of our policies, you will have no way of knowing whether they're effectively working. Strategic design goal number 1 says we will provide all our learners with a safe, nurturing, inclusive, and flexible learning environment. And I assume that inclusiveness goes further than just the students, because it says learners, and we chose that word learners for a reason. So I ask the board and the administrators to consider my request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. All right, next we have Pat Davis.
Good evening. Thank you very much for letting me address the board. I'm here tonight on behalf of my son and granddaughter, my granddaughter who's a student in LISD. I feel like her educational and placement rights have been violated, and I just wanted to bring it out to the board. Educational decisions and placement decisions have been made with my granddaughter who has Prader-Willi and is a handicap, and those decisions were made by an unlicensed diagnostician. She doesn't have a license in the state of Texas. I feel like her rights were violated because there was ARD meetings that were knowingly held and scheduled, and my son, her parent, was not notified of these meetings. This has been discussed several times and brought up to superintendents, people in special education, and we have had 4 or 5 months of problems with this. Unanswered phone calls. The program for special needs students, especially those with Prader-Willi, is not in compliance with federal regulations. I would appreciate if the board would look into that, because it's a disease that and a problem that children have that really needs to be addressed. I feel like when Autumn is 25 years old, you won't be able to recognize it, but right now there's a problem with her. And the school district needs to recognize that children do have Prader-Willi and they have special needs. Some way, somehow, my son's name was taken from the contact list in the school district. We don't know how that happened. No one will fess up to it, but it just disappeared. All authority stops with the superintendent. That's what we were told. It was by a official in this administration said, it doesn't matter if you talk to a board member, nothing's going to happen anyway. Everything stops with the superintendent. Principals, diagnosticians, people who made decisions about my granddaughter, none of them could agree. So we're very, very frustrated with the events that have occurred. I just would like someone to look into this and make sure that it doesn't happen again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next, we have Heath Davis.
Hi, I appreciate you guys taking the time this evening to let me speak. Sorry for my dress. On my way here, I got called back into work. So what I'm going to speak to you tonight about is my frustrations that I've had with LISD, not only the past 2 years, but in particular the past 3 months. To start with, I want to thank Dr. Rogers for his help. But with that being said, senior administration staff members have violated my due process rights to speak to you guys, violated me having a level 3 hearing that I requested. I'll be more than happy to provide to any board member the email statement that was sent to me violating that right. The regulation that was mentioned by my father is 34 CFR 300-107 and Section 504. It talks about extracurricular activities and non-academic programs. My daughter was enrolled into extended school day without my authorization. During this time that she was enrolled, she is now unenrolled in that, but still, for 4 months she was enrolled in the program for next year. Non-academic programs do not have special education within them. So she was enrolled into a program that did not have special education teachers, was not going to follow by the IEP, in which Section 107 states must follow, as in the 2010 court case. Every ARD meeting that I've been to within LISD has been recorded. Every meeting I've had with executive directors of different departments, senior administration, have either been recorded or has a court reporter present. The only one that's been available to me by either transcript or by copy is that of the court reporter in meeting with a senior administration. Recently, I was told that a meeting with the executive director and director within special education, they erased the tape and would not be able to provide me with that tape. The diagnostician that was mentioned, there is two different standards. There is an LSSP, and there is also a TEA, education diagnostician, that has a teaching license. This diagnostician went upon themselves to call themselves an educational diagnostician without a teaching license. Basically, because I know my time is running out, I was told by numerous department directors, senior officials, senior administration staff that if I brought things before you, that I'd be asked to leave, that I wouldn't even be allowed to present my case to you. My child with her syndrome, I've asked to give the information to the schools, and they've denied even me providing them with information what Prader-Willi is. There is physician documentation now that goes forward.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thanks.
All right, next up we have Martha Davis.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I'm coming to you as a mom and as a grandmother. Our granddaughter has Prader-Willi. Like you, probably, I didn't even know what it was. I had never heard the words when she was diagnosed with this. Our son has done extensive, and when I mean extensive research into Prader-Willi. He is a member of the Prader-Willi Foundation. I, for the life of me, cannot understand why you would not search someone like that out to help LISD come up with a plan for working with children with Prader-Willi or other special needs. There are many children, and we have researched it in our area and in LISD, that do have Prader-Willi. Some of it is moderate, some of it is mild, and some of it is severe. And I would assume that the severe cases are probably homeschooled. Our son not only understands Prader-Willi physically, mentally, food-wise, he has the education medically to deal with this. And he works directly with her endocrinologist to come up with the best plan for her. If you were to see our granddaughter, you would say there is absolutely nothing wrong with that beautiful child. She is bright, regardless of what the ARD has said. She is a sponge, and all she wants to do is learn. We have worked with her all summer long. I have two very dear friends who are retired kindergarten and elementary teachers from this school district. She loves them dearly. They have watched her, and they tell us she exceeds where she should be in kindergarten. But she needs the care. She needs the safety. She needs the compliance of special teachers and understanding what this syndrome and this disease is. She didn't ask for this, but it's what God gave us. And we love her, and she is precious. And what we're asking is for y'all to please research Prader-Willi. Understand his frustrations. Understand that other people in your school district have the same issues that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Okay, that is all we have for tonight's public comment. We will now move into our information section of the agenda. And first up, we have Dr. Brockman to update us on the new teacher appraisal system work.
Good evening. I shared with you the summary report from the first focus groups that were conducted back in June as we began looking at a teacher evaluation system for LISD. The teacher evaluation committee, or team, if you will, met for the first time this last week, and it was a very exciting time coming together, exploring our desires for feedback, our desires for evaluation, meaningful evaluation, as well as looking at the focus group results. The focus groups were volunteers, people that wanted to donate an hour and a half of their time to really talk about the role that evaluation plays in their professionalism, what they like about the current system, what needs to be changed, and we explored some of those same issues as a committee. What we're looking at as we embark on this journey is that the current state of evaluation in the state of Texas, PDOS, will expire. And districts have a choice currently, as was the case with PDOS, to go with the state-adopted system or to develop their own with a couple of conditions. One of those being it must have an element of classroom management in the system, as well as an element of student outcomes and reporting those student outcomes. We are going to be looking at a variety of options. We're going to look at some current models that are in place, rather they're in theory or in actual practice in other places, and use that as our starting place for making some recommendations. Originally, we thought our timeline was extremely tight, with PDOS expiring at the end of this school year. The State Board of Education has requested an extension from the U.S. Department of Ed of a year so that they can pilot their new system, which also grants us an additional year. The value of that is it allows us to pilot our new plan on several campuses during the 15-16 school year. This work is just beginning. My desire is to keep you informed all along the way. We have broad representation on our very large committee of over 60 people, and our teachers will be kept apprised as we go through the process over the next several months, as well as given multiple opportunities for additional input. Our plan is to have a recommendation for the system for LISD in the spring, so that we can then pilot it in the fall.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brockman. So, Dr. Brockman, I think since this is information, we usually expect this to come back for discussion, but do you know at what point you would expect that, or are we looking at the spring?
I'm sure there will be another update or two as we go through the process, because I know this is something that we're all very interested in following the progress. I do not anticipate bringing a recommended instrument forward to the board until spring, but having other updates in the interim.
Okay, Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Miller has a question.
Dr. Brockman, thank you. Let me first say that I don't think there's any question that I'm not advocating teachers. Some of the things that I read in the evaluation or the report of the 84 people that were interviewed, there was some discomfort with parent, student, and peer evaluations. I'd caution everyone that we use parent, student, and teacher input to spend millions of dollars on instructional technology. I think it's reasonable to somehow provide a context for them to do evaluations of teachers. I don't know what the answer to that is, but as you look at that instrument or technology, I think that corporations do this all the time. 360 reviews, customer input, those types of things. There's a way to do this. But I don't think because some teachers are uncomfortable with it that we should prevent other groups from providing input. Again, because as a standard, we've spent millions of dollars with those people providing input. So would just like to make sure that that's somehow incorporated. That'll be important to me when we discuss it. I'm sure we'll discuss it in great detail. But if you could take that into consideration. And I know that context, that was another thing that some teachers were concerned about, that if parents or students evaluated them, that they may not understand the educational context. So an MTA teacher is an example, kind of the clinical component of that. But if you could somehow incorporate that in, that'd be great.
I will tell you that at this time with the committee, there is nothing that is on or off the table, with the exception of classroom management somehow involved and a component of the student outcomes. The committee discussed, in smaller teams, discussed that idea of student, parent, peer feedback and what that might look like, but it was something we all agreed would need a lot more thinking, a lot more consideration, a lot more study and research, and frankly, a lot more talking to their peers back on campuses than we had done. When we met as a committee this last week, it was the first time they were seeing the results, and it was the first time most of them were even thinking about what might that look like? How do I feel about that?
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to our next item, Dr. Rogers, about the fourth grade swim program.
Yes, ma'am. This is an information-only item, so there's no further action needed, but I did want to make the board aware of a change, a transitional change that we are starting this year. For several decades, and really, I've been around since DIRT. I can't even tell you how long that this program's been in place, but we've been taking our fourth graders to our natatoriums for swimming for 3 or 4 days. We, about a year and a half ago, began discussions, one, just really as a review of the program. Hey, is it a good program? Trying to seek input from swim coaches, swim instructors, from elementary principals. So we began the discussion of should we keep the program, should we change it to a different grade, so on. And so after a lot of discussion, a lot of group work by different groups, meeting with all the elementary principals to get their input, it was decided that we should transition to second grade swim program. Swim coaches, principals felt that the program was still important, with us having, a large lake close to us, and certainly while a lot of our students have opportunities and start swim lessons well before second grade, there are a group of our students that really don't have that opportunity. So we want to begin the transition to second grade swim. So what that means is that we will have to have 2 years where we do both second and fourth grade swim. And then in 2 years, we'll just move directly to second grade swim. So we want to make you aware of that. We will certainly inform teachers and so on after tonight. But we feel that's a good move. It's a good move, and yet still provides a valuable program for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Next, we have, I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Latham?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so next we have the annual review of board investment policy. Dr. Burnett?
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield, members of the board. Every year, we are required by the State Public Funds Investment Act to review our policy on investments, and we utilize a consultant who works with the district to in that process, Patterson and Associates, and they discuss the possible changes with us. We have those changes. There are 4 changes that are being that you're asked to consider. One of them includes a process to make some changes in the event that we have investments that are downgraded, and there's a process in place to do that within 5 days. We have the option to liquidate so that we can review that. Another one is a name change Then there's a clarification of the money markets account and the language in there, the strive to maintain the dollar in NAV is an attempt to track the language in the Public Investment Funds Act. And then there's a suggestion to change the repurchase that you could have 100% of your portfolio in repurchase agreements in the same manner that you could have 100% of your investments in U.S. obligations or public funds investment pools, which we currently utilize. By far the most of our investments go into the state of Texas run Texas Pool Fund. This is information only. We will bring it back to you as a discussion so that we can make sure we fully vet it out.
Okay, next up we have, again, Dr. Burnett, budget amendments for TRS on behalf.
Our budget amendments, we have had the practice of bringing them to you as an information item, and then at the next meeting going forward with a consent item. We don't have another meeting in the fiscal year, so we're asking a slight variance on that to bring this to you as a budget amendment at the special meeting in 2 weeks. The reason for that is simply so we can get it done by the end of the fiscal year, which we're required to do with budget amendments. This one has to do with the just simply noting the changes in the TRS on behalf. Some 20 years ago, the state began counting as part of our state dollars the amounts of money that the state contributed to our employees for the retirement system. We have the retirement system in Texas is a matching system whereby the employee puts in a percentage of their salary. I think this past year was 6.4%, and the state puts in a 6.5%. For years and years, that money was just simply an obligation of the state. The state changed it and made it an accounting entry for school districts to do what they call TRS on behalf, because it's on behalf of the employee. It's not paid for by the district. However, the district must show it as a revenue item and must also show it as a expense item. So whenever those are at variance, and it's easy to do based on the amounts of money that we hire people in, it's never an exact science. So we just try to simply do a cleanup at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And then maintenance projects for 2014-16.
You have in your packet the maintenance projects that are listed that we have, those that have come from the facility assessment that we are currently have in the pipeline. These are projects that are funded with bond funds. As you recall, a significant item in the 2008 bond election was to provide money for the ongoing rehabilitation, renovation of our campuses. These are the projects that are in the pipeline, if you will. But we also obviously get requests that are outside of the facility assessment. They pose a bit more of a challenge to us, what to do with them. If they are projects that are fairly low in cost, that we can deal with on a fairly nominal basis, then we'll try to either fund those out of facilities, but there are out of our facility money is ongoing, such as something that may impact the cleanliness of a specific restroom or something that we can respond to. If they are more of a larger systems issue that requires a great deal more money, then we may and certainly do contemplate the scope and the sequence and go out for bids. So we bring these to you as an information item that we will be looking at in the future. I think there was a question, why was the roof at Flower Mound and Hebron High School, there's such a disparity, and I believe the information on that is that the Hebron roof has been repaired several times and throughout the years, and the Flower Mound roof is looking at a total roof replacement. So we'll be happy to try to answer questions about it. We don't have a pat answer for those items that that are requested outside the facility assessment, because we're a bit at a loss to what to do with them. We'd like to respond to them, but we also know that if we solicited items outside, then every campus would probably have a wish list.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Burnett. All right, that moves us into discussion items. Just as for audience update, these are items that we have received information on them. So now we're at the discussion phase so that we can ask some questions. So first up, we have Dr. Brockman with our strategic design update.
Our update this month comes from a program that has been growing in popularity over the last couple of years and been very busy, especially over the last few months. I'd like to call up Donna Henry and her team to talk about VLA.
There we go. Thank you. I can say that again. We are really excited to be sharing all the great things going on in virtual learning in the school district. I'm Donna Henry. I'm the virtual learning leader, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
My name is Jenna Wilkins-Colvin. I'm one of the full-time online teachers from last spring, and I'm currently a digital learning specialist for this year.
And we also have with us two more digital learning specialists, Jennifer Culver, who works with course design and professional learning, and Carolyn Mitchell, who works with course design as well and our credit recovery program. So I want to begin this discussion item by putting our LSD blended program into a larger context. And in 2008, Clayton Christensen predicted that roughly 50% of high school courses will be delivered online in some form or fashion. And clearly, when we look at that information and the stats that are up there, we can see from this data that online learning is becoming a prevalent trend for meeting the needs of our nation's students. So where does that fit for LISD? We are entering what Clayton Christensen has described as the great hybrid shift. That is, it's the best of both worlds. The best of traditional instruction and school structure, combined with the best of virtual learning, where students have some control over time, place, path, and or pace. And I love using this picture of the Toyota Prius because I can't imagine anything else that's happened that sort of puts that in context for us as far as education and technology is concerned. In LISD, students seek flexible learning options for a variety of reasons. Many of our students come to virtual learning because they want flexibility within the school day to open up their schedules to pursue classes that they wouldn't otherwise be able to take. So they want to make room for CTE classes, for band, for more athletics. Some need to care for friends, care for family, and some want to graduate early. And this is an opportunity for them and a means to make that happen. What I want to do next is I want to go and hear from some of our students. I couldn't bring them all here tonight, so we've been trying to capture some of their stories for the past couple of years about what has driven them to virtual learning in LISD and flexible learning options. So we've got 4 short stories from VLA.
My name is Zachary Magnotti. I'm a student at Marcus High School. I'm enrolled in online government right now, and it's so I can free up a space in my schedule so I can take music theory my senior year. I'm extremely interested in music. It doesn't have much to do with my career plan. I'm going to A&M to study engineering. As well as the musicianship and the art, I've always been fascinated by the mechanics of the music, just like the math behind it, the physical structure, and what really makes it work. So it was really important for me to try and take music theory so I could understand what was really behind the page, what was going on.
I'm Megan Dennis. I go to Lewisville High School and I'm taking World History online. I train 5 days a week for 27 hours. It's important for me to be able to take this course because a lot of my friends that train here are homeschooled, and I wanted to experience public school and be around more people. My goal with gymnastics is to get a full-ride gymnastics scholarship to college, and I would like to study sciences to become a veterinarian.
My name's Kimberly Graydon, and I'm a senior at Flower Mound High School. The online course I took was Astronomy A and Astronomy B, and I took those last semester. My goals for the future are to finish high school and then probably going to school for photography or graphic design to become a photojournalist or graphic designer, and then hopefully do work with magazines and take photographs. Online learning is helping me to achieve my goal by allowing me to free up time and to be able to take graphic design at the Career Center East, and that was really nice because that way I was able to experience it and work with it and really figure out if that's what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. It was a really good experience for me, and it allowed me to do more things that I enjoyed. And so I think it offers an opportunity that you don't get in a normal school setting. It was just kind of like having another class in school, except you didn't.
My name is William Lord, and I'm a freshman here at Flower Mound High School. I'm taking Chinese 1B, and there are two types of Chinese. There's Cantonese and Mandarin, and I'm taking the Mandarin version through the Texas VSN program. I decided to take Chinese because my grandparents are actually Chinese, and I figured, well, I don't really know how to speak their language, so I guess the only way to communicate with them is to speak it, So I decided to take this course. Flower Mound High School here didn't offer it. So I was wondering, well, where am I going to go? So I looked on online learning, and there it was, and I was completely happy. It's a great new learning experience, and while it does sound, you have to work after school, you have to work after school hours, it's not that bad. It's really actually kind of fun, and thanks to online learning, I can actually get more work done and get my dreams achieved. If you're thinking about taking an online course, 弄这个, which means just take it.
I just love those stories, and we have hundreds of other stories just like that, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to share those with you. Just as our national online trends are growing, so too are the trends of online and blended learning in LISD. Since the program began in 2010, we have seen a significant increase in the number of students taking online and blended courses. Blended enrollments are predicted to reach 631 for the upcoming school year, and online enrollments are likewise expected to take a significant jump. Worth noting is our large summer online program, where we went from 251 enrollments in 2011 to 459 enrollments this this summer. That's an 83% increase, so it is a very large program for us. To meet the increase in student demand for flexible learning option, LISD adopted the a la carte blended learning model. This model provides high school students the opportunity to take courses in a variety of formats. It could be face-to-face classes, blended classes, or online during the school day and outside as supplemental outside the school day. In a blended format, students attend class 2 days, and then they attend class virtually the other 3 days during the school day. This model is similar to what you would expect to find at a community college or a university. One of the greatest strengths of the a la carte model is that it allows students to personalize their learning by giving them flexible mobility within the school day. Students can learn at a time and place that works best for them. On their days off, they can choose to work from home, or they can come to campus and work on campus in a flexible learning space. They can collaborate with one another. They can get personalized learning from their teacher. And again, that would occur on campus, either in the classroom or in a flexible learning space. And for some campuses, they allow that to occur outside of the school environment. They have new opportunities to collaborate with their peers and teachers and to personalize their learning in ways never before possible. One way to take a look at this is how we talk with our students about this is it's their opportunity to create their individual student playlist, taking the course in a way that best suits their learning style and their needs for the future. As we look to implement the LSD blended program next year, we're going to focus on these 4 areas: operations, technology, teaching, and content. On the operations side, we have to remember that the virtual learning, though we're called the Virtual Learning Academy, we are not a campus, we are a program, and we support the virtual learning opportunities that are provided at the campus level. For online, we do have our own homegrown online courses that we provide through Virtual Learning Academy. We support the Texas Virtual School Network of courses, and then, of course, there's Texas Tech out there that has online courses that students may take. We support the campus blended programs, and you'll see the different courses that are being offered next year across our high schools, and an 8th grade pilot that is going to take place at Creek Valley Middle School. Flexible mobility on that campus will mean flexible mobility on campus. They're not an off-campus model at Creek Valley Middle School. For staffing, we do have 4 full-time online teachers that serve as course designers and online teachers. We leverage adjunct teachers from LISD staff and retired teachers, so we have 12 that we're working with regularly now. Our blended teachers, as I stated earlier, those are all campus-based teachers. All of the teachers are supported by digital learning specialists and a help desk through our digital learning technologist. And then we have a tremendous amount of support that comes from programs across the district, from our Skyward team, that helps us with all things related to PEIMS and grading and registration. Our campus-based VLA mentors to help support student success on the campus, special education, guidance and counseling, and learning and teaching.
We deliver our courses using Moodle 2.6, which allows us to use many interactive resources for our students to access, create, and share information throughout their time in our courses. We also use Blackboard Collaborate, which is an online live session that we can work with our students face-to-face as a large class. We also use it to personalize instruction with one-to-one instruction for students who need it and who also want to take advantage of personalized one-to-one teacher-to-student help. Our design is deeply aligned with strategic design, and it's built to transcend both state and national standards for online learning. All courses that we send to Texas VSN must incorporate national, federal 508 accessibility standards in order to meet and exceed the TEA expectations. We are very happy. We have had 2 courses make it through that in a very short amount of time. We are currently designing courses that are dynamic, interactive, highly collaborative, which give our students greater choice and voice. in the way they interact with their content, the course, and with each other. Our online teachers are highly qualified, as well as our blended teachers. We are highly qualified, and we are certified online instructors. Our days are long and well outside the boundaries of the normal school day and week. Online learning can occur at any time, both during the school hours and after school hours, and this requires us to work very flexible hours throughout the day and well into the night as we support our students. Relationship is critical in the online classroom. We want our students to feel that although they're in a virtual classroom, they have real teachers and real classmates, because they do, and they need to know that. It's for this reason that we design and lead our courses with many opportunities for student-to-student and student-to-teacher collaboration. We have been told by both parents and teachers that we really see the individual student. And as a teacher of 20 years in the classroom, I have to say that for the first time, I've really, really gotten to know my kids on a very deep level from the online courses. The virtual learning program looks forward to providing more time-shifted, personalized learning opportunities for our students in LISD.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Well, does anyone have any questions? Yes, Ms. Cox?
Great presentation. Thank you. I always like when the kids talk about the program.
Absolutely.
My son actually just did an online course at NCTC after graduating this summer, and actually took it to thinking it was going to be an easy course, and actually ended up being a lot harder. So that's, I guess, my question is a little two-part here is, how does the actual program work that you just give online courses and there's they have to turn in certain homework per time? Just how is the makeup of that, the dynamics? And then how do you keep those students challenged?
Okay. Well, I'm going to let Jen answer that since she is both the course designer and online teacher. So some of that is a static question and part of that question is a dynamic question. So I'll let Jen address that.
When we started creating our economics course, which is generally taught for 12th grade students, we of course start with the standards, and we really look at how we can incorporate a static feature where the kids can access the information within the course design, but we also look at what assessments are going to truly showcase what students know and are able to do. And so working with my partner who has been teaching in LASD for many, many years and teaching the online economics course as well, we worked very hard and diligently to design assessments that had a range of formats. Beyond testing, we wanted products, we wanted collaboration, we wanted the students to truly showcase their knowledge. And we looked very carefully at what type of work we would give the kids so that it would not be busy work. We also, throughout the design of our pilot this summer, have constantly polled the students and surveyed the students to see the value of what they're learning and to see the caliber of what they are getting to help redesign the course where we need it to be. And so with student feedback and student design, we've actually found ways to make our course more accessible, more interesting, and at the same time reduce things that may not be necessary when they're repetitive. Sometimes in online courses, students feel like they're doing a lot of repetitive things. I'm not sure if that was the experience, but sometimes it is. And in our course design, we really did look at that. We looked at the rigor of the material. We wanted to make sure it was of the right caliber for a high school student about to approach the outside world. But we also wanted to look at the balance of the course as well. We did look very carefully at how much time would be invested in each module, each course. And we also looked at the way in which we would assess the assessments that were not tests. We wanted to have tests, we wanted to have products, we wanted to have a wide range. So we used our TEKS as our rubric for whatever we wished to grade that was a non-test based item. We are using the information that we get from each of these assignments from our students and also from the tests that the students do take to evaluate the caliber of different assignments within the course.
Part of the question, part of the question dealt with support of students in that online environment. And in addition to the great courses that they've been working on and constantly in improvement, there's a lot of dynamic that goes on with that to personalize the learning for the student. I asked Jen to keep track of her hours that she was spending per week to teach one online course. And not surprising, I would see days where she would be working 12 to 14 hours a day for this one online course. And then the question was, well, what's going on with the course that's prompting that much work? And a big part of that was the level of personalization and support that she gives students. So students are struggling. Jen does a reteach. That might take an individual reteach, might take 3 hours of prep work to deliver the lesson. She delivers it. She goes into Blackboard Collaborate, delivers it in real time. She records it, and then she sends the recording to the student. And then that way the student not only had the experience and not quite the face-to-face environment, though if that's what's needed, we have teachers who do that all the time. We have students come to Bolin all the time for face-to-face support. But then you've got that recorded version of what went on so that it can be reviewed. So lots of structures have to be put in place because lots of students come to online learning thinking this is going to be a breeze. It's going to be a click-through experience. All I have to do is sit down and click and read and move on through, and then they quickly get in there and realize that that might have been version 1 of online learning, but we're pushing past version 3 of online learning. And it's going to have the same rigor and expectations that we'd have in the face-to-face classroom as far as engagement is concerned, and curriculum, instruction, and assessment. It all comes together. And of course, the big promise of online and blended is what can we do better? If we can't personalize the learning for our kids, then this isn't worth doing. And that's what we're chasing after. That's what the kids are seeking outside of opportunity. That's a big part of it, but that's what they're really seeking once they get in there. Mm-hmm. Mr. Miller?
Let's start by saying that I'm a supporter of the virtual learning in the blended environment, but I've got questions, and I'm going to separate those. And Dr. Brockman, some may be for you. So with virtual learning, the student pays a fee. It's a little higher fee with the Texas VSN. They get a half a credit for that?
Yeah. Yes, our model is based on the semester, which is consistent with what Texas VSN is doing.
Okay. Students who can't afford to pay that, even with Texas VSN, what happens?
If a student is free and reduced, that student fee is reduced to $25.
Okay. Okay, great. It says that no charge for in-school day. The 4 students, I think that maybe Zach, notwithstanding, mentioned they were taking their classes outside of school. How many kids are actually taking, and I don't want to talk blended yet, are actually taking virtual learning, VLA, in the school brick and mortar?
We've had in LISD, we have 2 who have actively been taking online as part of the school day. Both of them are athletes. Coming up in the upcoming school year, we will have 2 more athletes joining them, so we will have 4 from that group. And then we're having a large increase in the number of students who are carrying over from the summer, who didn't complete their coursework, seniors primarily, who tried to take too many courses in the summer. They thought, they could get through that on an accelerated schedule, and are now going to take the second half of their English course as part of the school day during the school year. So that they might take that first period, or they might take that 4th period. I've been getting other calls from other counselors about kids asking questions about that, but right now I don't have any hard numbers on what that's going to look like as those registrations are currently ongoing.
Okay, thank you. On the blended classes, down here the campus blends at English 4 AP, et cetera, what campuses are those being deployed on, the blended learning environments?
Blended learning courses that is determined at the campus level. It's based on staff interest and availability, as well as student interest. So you might put a class out there. I might have, for example, at Hebron, we had an English 3 AP teacher who was interested in teaching that, but the student interest wasn't high enough for the course to make. So it didn't make on that campus. So each campus will set that critical minimum on what that's going to be. Like I said, that's a campus-based decision. And based on availability and what the campus wants to do with that, Marcus High School wants to focus on junior level courses. So all core will be offered at Marcus at 11th grade. Flower Mound has a long history of offering government and economics, so they are pursuing senior level courses. And then Lewisville High School will be pursuing English 3 AP, English 4 AP. So, and that is all determined by enrollments and student request.
Okay. Any at the Colony?
None at the Colony.
Okay. So the last question is, as I understand this, my son goes to Marcus, that the English class would be 2 days in brick and mortar and 1 day wherever. It could be that the assignment is to get together at a off-site location or school location, et cetera. Is that kind of a fair understanding?
There are 2 days that are required face-to-face,
Right.
and then 3 days virtual. And what that virtual look like will vary on campus. Some principals were talking about keeping kids on campus for those 3 days in flexible collaborative spaces. At Marcus High School, what they're talking about is allowing that flexible mobility to extend beyond the school setting, so students can collaborate on those days or meet with the teacher for those personalized learning opportunities.
Okay. So where I'm going with this is just for the thought for your consideration is from an achievement gap perspective, are we making sure that the flexibility that the students have is fair and equitable to all the students? So if certain juniors can leave campus and some can't for transportation reasons, is that really equitable? And so as we look at a class, I think that, and we customize this, we've got to remember from an achievement gap perspective that if kids in that class can't leave, it's not really, I think, affecting the whole. It's affecting individuals, but it's not affecting the whole district. And so it's something that I'd like for us to protect. And as you do this, if you could just take that into consideration, that would be, helpful for me anyway.
Absolutely, and those are discussions that we have with principals when we talk about the model. Do we allow students to leave the campus, or do we force them to leave the campus? If you force students to leave the campus, that leaves out the students who don't have transportation.
Right.
So it is a discussion that we've been having, and I appreciate you asking us to be mindful of that.
Or students who don't have broadband at home or that type
Absolutely.
of thing. The last thing is I think there's a point of no return here, so I'd be interested from a district strategy perspective, at what point is the requirement that we have in order to make money from a brick and mortar perspective, do we get to where we can't offer anymore because kids will be have too much flexibility to go elsewhere?
I'll answer that. Mr. Miller, we do, first off, we get full ADA after 4 hours of instruction in a day. So a lot of times the students that take these blended learning classes, they're taking one, so they're still in attendance in brick and mortar, as you say, for more than 4 hours. So we're still getting full ADA. We actually, Donna and I actually talked this past week as far as ADA for Texas VSN classes. And there is, with TX VSN classes, we can get ADA for students that take those and don't even attend school. So what we were doing was trying to figure out, okay, are we at least getting close to breaking even, whatever. And to be honest with you, when we add an administrative fee, which will be minimal compared to the cost right now it is for a class, then we will break even for students that take even a TX VSN class. So we are paying attention to that.
Anyone else?
I just have a comment. Thank you so much for your presentation. This program is great. And what I really appreciate that LISD is doing is we are looking at every avenue to help our kids excel beyond in high school and beyond high school. And I just think that that's wonderful. And it's because of people like you doing that for us and thinking about every kid that we have. So thank you so much. It is a great program. My daughter did it a few years ago. So
It's fun.
Thank you also, and it was great to meet you when I had my orientation for my son's class last spring. Can't believe summer went so fast. I just wanted to share with you that one of the instructors at that orientation for parents, he was so excited about the ability to help individually with the students, like you were saying, and you wouldn't think that, but I wanted to share that with the board that he said he definitely can work more one-on-one and more specific to each student. So I was excited to see the teachers so excited about that. And then also, my son is taking government econ, and he is very excited about that. And one of the drivers, or the slide that you had about the drivers, and another example would be just those kids that just can't be focusing all day long in classrooms. And he just told me this morning that he's not that worked up about going to school this year. He's a senior, first time he's ever said that. So I'm just so excited that we're serving that audience also for students. So we'll see. I'll let you know how it goes with the blended class. But I really appreciate you guys, and it's exciting what we're doing for the district. Thank you.
I just have one question. So you mentioned students could come to Bolin for face-to-face.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone who teaches with the VLA is housed then here. Is that correct?
They're primarily housed here. When we move into fall and spring, then they will be doing course design work at Bolin here. They will meet with students here. They will also meet with students at the campus level. Not all students can have transportation to get here. So they'll go and arrange time to meet with students at the campus before school, after school, during lunch, or whenever that works for them. And then they'll also work from home. Students are on late at night. There are times at 2 in the morning when I'm texting, or at 4 in the morning that Jen is texting, and it's like, we need to go to bed. And it's because she's working with her students. So part of that give back is we give a flexible working environment at home when they're not designing, when they're not getting professional learning, and when they're not meeting with their students one-on-one.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Miller.
I'm sorry. I forgot this. I thought it was the most important thing I was going to say. I think we've tied this to strategic design goal number 2 and 5. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd ask that you tie it with number 1 as well, because the blended environment is going to create some. I got visions of things happening at Starbucks, and so if we're going to create a safe environment, then we've got to have some type of guardrails around that.
Absolutely.
Juniors aren't necessarily as responsible as college students when you talk about kind of a junior college or a college environment. I think that they're not there yet. So
we will. Thank you.
Ms. Henry, I did want to clarify with the flexible learning opportunities of online. Will you answer about finals, because not everything's virtual?
Right.
So.
Not everything is virtual. We do required proctored final exams. That's a Texas VSN requirement for their courses. So as a receiver, we're required to do that. And we implemented that again in summer for all of our courses. We want to make sure that our students all have the proper ethics and they're all doing their own work. And one way of sharing and making that happen is bringing them in for their proctored final exam. They take that here at Bolin. We have had to meet with them at the library sometime because that's where the students get to. So we would do the proctoring there, but all students do take the proctored exams.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have sale of and refunding of bonds. Dr. Burnett?
As a follow-up to our discussion last week at our budget workshop, we had mentioned to you that we would be looking at this in more detail as a discussion item. So we have Mr. Martin with Southwest Securities who will be here to go over it briefly and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Burnett. John Martin with Southwest Securities. President Sheffield, board members, thanks for having me tonight. Just as a follow-up from the board workshop the other night, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have that as the wheels start turning a little bit and thinking about what all we talked about. And I know that it was kind of like drinking from a fire hose, a lot of that information that was provided about bond issues and so forth. But you got board training credit for it. So we're here tonight to answer any questions. We'll come back at your September meeting to really kind of firm up details as to what the exact bonds to be refunded, the parameters of those. We've done these types of deals before to where we set things up to where there's trigger points. Some of you all that have been on the board will recall that once those thresholds are met, then we're good to go into the market. Particularly with the refunding, you have to watch it. It can be volatile in terms of when we actually pull the trigger. So what we're talking about, again, just as a quick refresher, is we want to look at taking advantage of the lower interest rate environment and the bump that we've received in our taxable value, so we can keep our tax rate well within what was a promise to the voters. And this gives us an opportunity to go ahead and issue the remaining authorization that was approved by the voters in 2008. So there's about $103 million left of that authorization. Then we have an opportunity to refund some Series 2007 and, believe it or not, some Series 2008 bonds. Those weren't that long ago. That have call dates in 2015, 16, and 17 that we can escrow for and save a substantial amount of money. We're, as you'll recall, ballpark about $9 million of debt service savings. So we can leverage that savings into the impact of the new debt, and also we talked about the opportunity to use some of those funds to offset the refunding, and that will reduce issuance cost. It will reduce the need for any premium that we talked about the other night on the par-to-par test and so forth. So that can be helpful in making the deal work to even more advantageous for the district.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Hassett?
I just wanted to clarify what you had just mentioned about using that amount of money, because what it says in one of these is that we will use the refund current debt at lower interest rates, thus lowering the district's debt payments. So we're using that money to help lower the debt payments, like you just mentioned.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Making sure.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Latham?
I just think you need to clarify how you're going to reduce those debt payments. I don't think that.
Right off the top, Ms. Latham, right off the top. So what we'll be doing is, rather than have to borrow for the refunding about $55 million.
Refunding means we're basically paying off issued bonds from the
That's
past.
right. We're paying off old bonds and replacing with new bonds. So it's a neutral position. So we would be, in a normal case, borrowing $55 million to pay off $55 million. But in this case, we may be able to borrow $52.5 million, $52 million, whatever the number actually comes up with in terms of what that tax rate benefit is that we have from the bump in values, and then we'll put that right off the top and apply it to the escrow to pay off those old bonds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. All right, Dr. Burnett, monthly financials.
You have the monthly financial reports through the end of June of 2014, which takes us through 10 months of the 2013-14 fiscal year.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Dr. Burnett, update on construction projects.
Mr. Michael Perry has some, I believe, some good news to share with us about our construction projects.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Burnett. Normally we have several rough-looking gentlemen that usually come up and speak to you. They're working tonight, so that's a good thing. So I thought what we would do is, as normally we show you slide presentations. Can we scroll back to the beginning of that? There we go. We thought we'd show you this. This is Flower Mound 9th grade campus. That's Mr. Will Skelton working in his office. That's his assistant. So desks are in, administration is in. This is his secretary's desk. You can see it's like moving into a new house. You've got a lot of boxes to unpack, you can only imagine. So, and then I tell you, you've moved in when you've put the fuzzy lamp up. She could not have been there more than an hour, and the fuzzy lamp was up, and the bookcase was in place, and the books were up, and you can see how big the smile is. So that picture was just taken today, right after lunchtime. And then this one's a little blurry, but I wanted to show you, this is a staff meeting at Marcus. That's Mrs. Chantel Upshaw and her staff. there having a staff meeting in her conference room there. And then this is, they were doing a little dance. They were so excited to get into their rooms. This is Marcus. And then just one final slide for you. Again, here we are. Movers are there. We're moving in. So we have lots of hurdles still to go, but we've made the milestone dates. We are working at night. I was not joking about that. They are actually working tonight, and will continue to work nights. But have met our interim milestones. We've got administration is in our offices, teachers are in, and we're working very closely with the town of Flower Mound to get the projects done. So things are going well. Like I said, we've still got things we need to work out, but we're getting there. Camey and Griffin still underway. The colony seems to be a magnet for rain for some reason. That's great for them unless you're trying to lay a football field full of grass. And so those projects are still going well. Remind you that Camey is supposed to open January 1st, and Griffin is supposed to open June 1st of 2015, so not until next year. One other item that we discussed is we'd like to have you all out to Marcus next Monday. We'd like to do a dinner out there. We'll coordinate the details and send something out to you, but I think it's a great opportunity for you to come out and see the campus. We'll have dinner at Marcus and tour Marcus, and then go on over to Flower Mound and visit Flower Mound and walk through those projects. So be glad to answer any other questions you might have.
Yes, Ms. Hassett?
What portions of the ninth grade campuses are not ready for students?
The arena at Flower Mound may be lacking behind, and I believe the other sections at Flower Mound will be ready for students. And Marcus, both the arena and the main campus, is tracking to be ready. We had to prioritize. We took some staff out of the arena at Flower Mound to focus on the ninth grade campus.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're moving into our action portion of our agenda. These are items that have already been through the information and discussion process, and so now we're ready to move forward. The first one we have, Dr. Brockman, we will consider the approval of LISD Board Policy EIF Local at academic achievement graduation. Do you want, sorry. Do I have a motion on that one?
Consider approval of LASD Board Policy EIF Local Academic Achievement Graduation Strategic Design Goal number 7.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Hassett. All right, is there discussion on that?
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
I know that this came up for discussion before the district or the board had approved this. Here's the problem that I have, and I don't think this is going to be any surprise. I don't think it meets strategic design goal number 7. It is in compliance with the state and HB 5. It does not transcend the state and national mandates, meaning that it doesn't rise above or go beyond the normal limits. So I'm not sure how it does anything but keep us in line with the options that HB 5 gave us. It's an option we selected to go with. We didn't have to. We could have transcended state requirements by saying that there would be just a narrower set of pathways. So that's why I'm opposed to the item.
What does strategic goal number 7 say?
Design an accountability system that transcends state, national mandates and reflects local values and expectations.
So how do you think this doesn't comply with that?
These changes are required by HB 5, involve community and staff participation. They're required by HB 5. They're no more than what HB 5 requires.
Well, Ms. Hassett's dying to say something.
I'm sure she is, because I know she supports it.
Ms. Hassett.
I'm wondering why you think that it's limiting the options would transcend. How would limiting their choices in?
I think by definition the design goal is for us to exceed what the state puts forward so that we can be better than the state and the national standards. HB 5 gave us some options. We elected those options. By definition, we don't transcend the state objectives.
Dr. Brockman, do you have anything you might want to add?
This really is a compliance piece, and when you look at the language of the proposed policy, it is really putting at the bare minimum into policy what, as a district, we put in place to not only meet the bare requirements of House Bill 5, but to offer many, many options under House Bill 5, many options that other districts were not equipped to be able to meet. Given the nature of policy, we put in exactly what is required to show the legal requirement, and then if you look at the resources available online for our parents and our students, you can see the vast number of choices offered for endorsements, etc. But that would not be appropriate to put in the policy.
So what you're saying is that just in terms of policy, yes, it in fact is compliant, but that as a district, we do in fact meet number 7. I mean, goal number 7, in that we do transcend, we do go above and beyond maybe what the state does require or says you have to have these, but our options might be more numerous perhaps than other districts, or
our options that we're able to provide to our students are numerous. They're vast. A lot of different endorsements are available, with a lot of different courses available within those endorsements, well beyond what many districts are able to provide. But you're right. The policy piece is, it's a compliance cleanup piece to get the appropriate policy language in place.
Mr. Miller, do you have?
Well, I think she made the point. More options don't mean that the standards rise above. And so I think, again, going back to watching a lot of the strategic design initiatives, the intent of this was for LISD to exceed what the state required. Sometimes that means narrower things rather than more things. And so I just don't see how this helps us meet the design goal, and that's what we're basically saying. Now, I understand the need for the local cleanup, but I don't think it meets the design goal.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, well, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. Let's see. So that was Mr. Miller opposed, all others in favor. All right, moving on to, do I have a motion? Oops, sorry.
Consider selection of delegate and alternative for TASB 2014 Delegate Assembly.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Duke. All right, this is, so each year at the TASB convention, which is held here in Dallas this year, there is a delegate assembly, and as part of the requirements, we send a delegate and an alternate to this. Ms. Vaughn participated in this last year, so I know we have some new members. So Ms. Vaughn, do you want to maybe share what that is?
That's where they present the resolutions, the bylaws amendments, and there's a meeting, a training kind of before for a region, and then we all sit together, and it lasted 3 or 4 hours. They had board elections, and it was very educational, and I would recommend it. So,
okay, thank you. All right. Well, are there any recommendations, or Ms. Vaughn?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Hassett to be our delegate.
Would you be open to that, Ms. Hassett?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. And what about a delegate? Is there anybody else who's interested in participating? We need an alternate.
I'll nominate Ms. as our alternate.
I think that would be lovely. Thank you, Ms. Miller, Mr. Miller.
Might regret that.
I don't think so. Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Latham and a second from Ms. Duke to recommend Ms. Hassett as our delegate to the Delegate Assembly for the 2014 TASB Conference, and Mr. Miller will serve as the alternate in the case that Ms. Hassett has a terrible accident or falls ill. So, okay, so all those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, next, if I could have a motion for the second or the next one.
Consider appointment of 2014-15 Bond Oversight Committee members.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Hassett. All right, do I have discussion? No? Okay. Dr. Burnett, should we name those bond oversight appointees?
You have them in the backup of your agenda, and it would probably serve a good purpose to name them.
Okay, I have them right here. So for the Bond Oversight Committee that will serve for 2014-15. What?
Should it be in a motion?
Oh, you know what? That's a great idea. Ms. Latham, do you have it in front of you? Would you mind reading them into the motion?
Yes, I'd like to amend my motion to consider the appointment of the following individuals for the 2014-15 Bond Oversight Committee. Appointed by Ms. Sheffield, Kronda Timich, and Claire Korst. Appointed by Ms. Duke, Todd Johnston, Carol Kyer. Appointed by myself, Missy Elias, George Stepp. Appointed by Ms. Vaughn, Peggy Chenault, and Scott Brown. Appointed by Mr. Miller, Lon Baugh, and Leah Montez. Appointed by Ms. Hassett, Shannon Nault, and Kendra Stevenson. Appointed by Ms. Cox, Debbie Moore, and David Mize.
Could I get a second on that amendment? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hassett. All right, so that's been moved and seconded. Do we, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, moving on, if I could get a motion.
Consider resolution to suspend portions of LASD Board Policy EIE Local Academic Achievement Retention and Promotion for the 2014-15 school year.
Thank you.
Only.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Hassett. Is there any discussion? Ms. Hassett?
I'd be happy to visit with you about this. This came up from the state. We have obviously changed our exams, and as you know, we've been looking at materials because our math texts in particular that we'll be talking about tonight have changed significantly. They were first looked at in 2012, and now it's time for those to be implemented. And so what the state is really saying is that whereas we'll continue using the state assessment for reading and giving scores, that at this time it's not going to be appropriate for us to give the scores in math. And so the students will have a way it won't be in the same way that you would have your math score from this year or your reading score. And so what they are suggesting is that rather than amend twice, that we would do this once. We would go back in the 2015-16 year and have the regular scores.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions to that? Ms. Hassett? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor? Okay. Thank you. That's unanimous. All right. Before we move into consent, are there any that need to be pulled? Ms.
Yes.
Cox.
I'll find them here. I'd like to pull hang on, I marked them. Number K7, it's, two K7.
Okay.
And I also like to pull number 15.
So 2L15?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Miller?
Can I raise a point, but I just want to say something? Okay, I'd like to pull 1A, the minutes for June 16th.
Okay.
K.1E,
Hold on. K.
homeless liaison. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Let me see here. Maybe it's two.
Oh, it's 1E.
It's 1E. Okay.
1E. Mm-hmm.
FFC level.
Yes.
Then it must be 2.C. And that's the Educational Service Center. Yep.
Okay, 2C. All right.
2D.
Okay.
2.K.2.
Okay, 2K2, the new playgrounds.
2.I-17. Hang on a second.
Wait.
Might be.
L17? Texas Skyward?
JK. Does L come after K?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
L17.
17.
All right, are there any others? Yes, Ms. Hassett?
1D.
1D?
TASB 99.
Okay. Okay. So I have, would someone like to make the motion to approve all those with the exception? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have one to pull, Ms. Latham?
No, I'm still writing down all the ones that
Okay.
we can get Kristen. Oh. What am I doing?
All right, I'm making a motion.
Pulling out the ones.
I move that we approve all consent agenda items except 1A, 1D, 1E, 2C, 2D, 2K2, 2K7, 2L15, and 2L17.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Duke. All right, all those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. All right, that is unanimous. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, now I need a motion to, for 1A to consider the approval of, he doesn't want to speak to it.
I'm going to speak to it.
I mean, he does.
I'll make a motion.
Thank
I
you.
make a motion that we approve item 1A, consider approval for board meeting minutes for the June 9th, 2014 regular meeting and the August 4th, 2014 board workshop.
Thank you, Ms. Duke. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Cox. All right, is there discussion?
Do you want to go?
Our names aren't listed on the minutes. That's one of the.
Okay.
Well, that's even more important than the point I had.
Okay, I thought we had corrected that. Did we not correct that?
Do you have something on it?
Okay, so we need to correct the meeting minutes from the June 9th meeting to include Ms. Hassett and Mr. Miller. Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Miller, your comments?
Yeah, so I think I understand how the minutes were put together. I think that on item J6, that is an item that there was a lot of misunderstanding. If you take the item as it was written.
Can I interrupt you for a second? You might want to explain what J6 is, because we don't have the minutes in front of us right now, unless we
Okay,
scroll through.
J6 is essentially the technology purchase that we had that I think the request was around $11 million. After that discussion, when everything settled down, it was not $11 million because we had approved $12 million at the previous meeting, and the net amount was much less than what the agenda item had in it. And so I think the agenda item, to be clear, should reflect what was said, and it may require going back to the video, what was said in the meeting. And I think it was a number somewhere around $3 to $4 million that would have been the incremental. And I think, Brenda, you're the one that had made the comment about it shouldn't exceed a certain amount. But the minutes And the way they're reflected make it look like we had approved an additional 11.x million dollars, and that's not what we did.
Are there any other comments to that? Any discussion? Okay, so
Minutes can be corrected at any time next year. I mean, there's no limit on correcting minutes.
But if I understand you correctly, you're saying that, I mean, you
Need to be clear.
you just want to clarify that.
Yes.
And you feel like it wasn't.
Correct.
Okay. Can you send that language?
I can. I will send it to Jeannie.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Our motion. You have to vote on the motion that's on the
Okay. So
Or I can amend it.
why don't you do that? Well,
Was it me?
don't we have to vote? Okay. So actually, we have a motion on the floor,
Right.
which is to approve those minutes, and so we need to vote on that. All right. So all those in favor of approving the minutes as presented, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. That was unanimous opposed. How many do we have? 7. 7 opposed. All right. So, so Jeannie, well, can we just have that corrected and then we will vote on that again next time? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Ms. Hassett, would you like to make a motion to consider 1D? Yes. Since that's your...
I would like to consider the approval of TASB localized policy update 99.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Latham. All right, Ms. Hassett, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. I emailed Dr. Brockman, and I feel much better, but I'm wondering about CK local and FFF local. There were a lot of different ones in there, but these were about security. And the TASB has recommended, which I concur currently, that we have a policy that allows the superintendent to do whatever he needs for security purposes, which is, of course, what I would like to do. But as board policy goes, I think it needs to be a little beefier than that. I think we as board members need to make certain points about the safety and security of the schools, and then in FFF local, the student welfare. I just don't like removing FFF local, which is student welfare, entirely, and having a one-sentence recap of the safety of the district. I don't get a warm fuzzy from that.
Okay. Dr. Brockman, do you want to speak to that at all?
Well, first of all, I understand your concern. As we discussed today, I think we would be hard-pressed for anyone to say that our district is light on security and safety for our students, given especially the conversations, the added position, budgetary considerations over the last 2 years. Policy is, no offense, not meant to be warm and fuzzy. But I get the need for the desire to have a stronger statement. We have a couple of options here. If there is shared concern on the board about following TASB's policy recommendation regarding those two policies, we can certainly remove those two from consideration at this time and look at them specifically in isolation at a near future point. The other thing to consider is As we look at strengthening our guidelines within the district as they're continually under revision, that could be a separate document that addresses safety and security. We could also, if it is the board's desire to go ahead and approve the TASB recommendations in whole at this time, it does not mean that we can't go back later and really customize the CK local to add a policy back in. We're not limited in our options. We've got several things we can do depending on the will of the board.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other discussion points about that? Okay, so all those in favor?
Are we voting for the motion?
For, or for or against it?
Yeah, but the motion is to...
There's been no amendment unless you want to amend it. But we still have to vote.
Right.
We have to vote on what's here. If it fails, then you can make an amendment, and we can vote on that.
Right. My only other thought was that y'all probably haven't had time to go find out what CK local and FFF local actually said. So I would prefer to remove those two from the 99 update and consider it at a later time, personally.
Okay. Okay, so we need to move forward on this and vote on this. Okay, so all those in favor of approving TASB localized policy update 99 as presented, please raise your hand. All those opposed? So that was Ms. Vaughn, Ms. Duke, Ms. Sheffield, and Ms. Cox and Ms. Latham in approval, and Mr. Miller and Ms. Hassett opposed. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Miller, would you like to make a motion for the next one?
Make a motion that we approve LISD policy FFC local liaison for homeless students.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Latham, would you like to speak to your motion? Mr. Miller, would you like to speak to your motion?
There are several of these that I brought up because as I was telling someone on staff earlier, I'm not going to just vote for things anymore without understanding them. But there are a couple here where I think it's beneficial for the public to make a point, and so to hear why we're doing this. I mean, LISD has a homeless liaison. The reason is that LISD has a homeless problem, and I know Ms. Duke's very involved with communities and schools. Parents for LISD held a forum where they brought some people from communities and schools. I went to the training. It's disheartening that we have a problem. And I know we're cleaning some things up here. I talked to Dr. Rogers about it, so I approve it. I just want the public to know we have a problem. And this is a community that covers 3 zones that we can address this within our community. And it's a cooperation that's required by the nonprofits and the faith-based organizations. We bear the brunt of a lot of it. We're going to allocate a bunch of money here later in another item, but I just want to make the point that it's a real issue, and I'd like to see us continue to combat this and find some additional partners. I know we have a number of partners that can help us get this number down. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. All right, moving on to 2C. Mr. Miller, would you like to make a motion?
Dr. Burdett, don't kill me on this one. My motion would be that we do not approve at this time the ESC Region 11 contract for 2014-15, that we bring it back to the September agenda.
Okay, Mr. Miller has made a motion not to approve 2C. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Ms. Latham, is there a discussion?
So the reason that I brought this up is, and I think staff has some good points on this. The educational service centers are an unfunded mandate, and I'm not sure what value they provide at this point. I know that there are some who believe that they provide value, but let's not forget that it was ESCs that came together with $200,000 each from different school districts to build C-Scope. And I do appreciate that they gave Kristen an award. I think that's great. But all that LISD is doing, we didn't win District of the Year, and I think we probably should have competed for that, as I do think Capel and Frisco and some others. I'm just not yet convinced that the Educational Service Center, what they do for us, and I just don't want to continue to agree to unfunded mandates unless they tell us we have to by holding back money. I think this is an unfunded mandate. They should tell us what they're giving us. We should agree that that we're getting the value for it. And at this point, I'm just not ready for us to make that decision.
Dr. Burnett, could you speak to that? Or is there someone else who might?
Well, the global or the larger services that the Service Center provides to us are enumerated in your administrative consideration. You have a technology piece that is primarily your library services. You have some other pieces that have for technology. You have a basic contract and administrative services which provides items for the district as well as for the board. Then you have some PEAM support, which we're required to do. If we don't do it through the Service Center, we're going to look for other sources for the technical assistance. And you see that you have your total expenditures for the year are in the neighborhood of $251,000. And I think this is in keeping with where the district's been for a number of years. Now, we have several different departments that have pieces of this pie, and we coordinate it through the purchasing department, and probably each one of those departments would have better able to describe in details of what the services are that they get. The service centers were created back in the 1960s when the state was divided up into 20 regions, and those service centers are designed to provide local boots on the ground for those regions as an arm of the Texas Education Agency. And their governance is local. They're made up of a board. The board members are selected by the component school districts. So there is, of course, some tasks that they get charged with from TEA, but their real mission is to try to provide technical support to school districts so that school districts can do their mission. But whether or not a district participates is solely within the discretion of the district, and I think that each district has to do exactly what Mr. Miller says, and that's determine the value that you get from that. And I don't want to speak for any of the departments, but I know there are several of them. I know we get quite a bit from media services, and we have some various other components, especially with our PEAMs and those kind of things.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on leadership that would want to add something?
Yes, I would like to add to that. We do get our online database subscriptions, including our Discovery Education streaming, Bright Bytes Clarity that we use for our technology, many digital resources that are integrated into the curriculum, including teaching books. The cost is actually $2.34 per student for the Region 11 contract. And we really do get a lot for that. If we tried to go out and purchase those things individually, it would cost us much more.
Yes, Ms. Cox?
Dr. Burnett, looks like it's showing about a $10,000 decrease in expenditures for this year. I was just wondering what was the decrease, if you knew what that was last year.
I'll have to ask Mr. Martin if he knows why basically the contract, if the decreases it came from probably an economy of scale through the service center, because these are the same services that we've contracted for in the past.
I can answer that. That is technology professional development, and we're doing so much of that in-house that we really looked at this carefully and realized that we could cut that for this year.
Mr. Miller, did you have something?
I appreciate what Ms. Brown talked about, and it may not be the most cost-effective way to go outside of this. Again, I'm going to stand on principle that we're agreeing to spend money with a state agency that, in fact, we're at odds with as it relates to the high-stake testing and some of the environment that we're in the state. And until districts stand up and say, no, we're not going to continue to play even if you provide the lowest cost in the business, I think they're going to continue to require us to use organizations like this that do have some track record for promoting a liberal agenda. And if I go to Strategic Design Goal number 7, where it talks about reflects values and expectations of the community, then I think we have the concept of ESCs under the TEA have put us in a situation where they do not reflect the values that we have had, and I think C-Scope is a perfect example of that. The state's withdrawal notwithstanding, they are the reason that C-Scope came together.
Any other comments? Ms. Duke?
Well, I have to respectfully disagree, Mr. Miller. I believe that our district has worked hard, and we have administrators that work hard in the education field, and we have to trust them to know what is of value for their staff and for our students. And you have brought up C-Scope. Well, we do not and have never, nor are we supporting anything with C-Scope. We write our own curriculum. We have for years, and there's never been anything to say that we're going to support anything in that value. But we have to believe that if our staff says these are very valuable services, we should support them. So I cannot vote in agreements to postpone approval of this contract.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Fawn.
I was going to say the same thing, Ms. Duke, that we are getting this recommendation from the staff, and they say that we are getting valued services from this so that we can educate our students and get development for our staff. And so I will not be approving this motion to dismiss and not approve.
Okay. Are there any other comments regarding the Education Service Center? Or yes, Ms. Latham?
While Mr. Miller has some valid points, I don't think that you can abruptly give administration last minute notice, I don't want to be affiliated with this anymore, because it is tied to so many things. This is where they get a lot of training materials. This is where they get a lot of digital material, etc. It would take them, you need to give them a year at least notice. Hey, let's go look for these resources elsewhere, rather than we're not going to do this right now and leave them high and dry for this coming school year.
Mr. Miller?
I'll close with, I've got a lot of concerns about some of the things that were just said, but our job is governance as a board. And if our job is to take everything staff presents to us, and I'm intentionally looking at the audience, and just approve it, then, anybody can do this job. My teenager could do it. Our job is to question some of these things, and I think, generally speaking, when we do that, the staff respects that. So we've heard about the things that it does. We've not heard about the value. That does not have any intent to disrespect what Ms. Brown said, what Dr. Burnett said. It's to say that, and by the way, the fact is that it was ESCs that brought around Brown C-Scope. Yes, we've said no to it, but we're continuing to fund a fabric that has done things that violate the values of our community, even though we didn't bring C-Scope in. And it's the same conversation we're going to have on AP testing when we start hearing about we've got to take the College Board test for our kids to pass. When are we going to stand up and say that we're not going to support an infrastructure that does not reflect our community values? It doesn't mean that our staff is not doing a good job. I'm almost insulted to hear that. Our staff's doing a phenomenal job. I want to make sure they all understand that. But there are some nuances here that we've got to take into consideration. And I'm asking for a month for us to consider hearing what those value is. We've not heard the value. We've heard the things that they do, not the value that's provided. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we're probably ready to vote. All those in favor not to approve, please raise your hand. Voting for your own motion?
Oh, not to approve.
Not to approve. That was the motion. Okay. All those opposed? All right. That was Mr. Miller in favor of not approving. All others opposed. All right. Mr. Miller? Oh.
Ms. Sheffield, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item 2C.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Duke. All those in favor of approving ESC Region 11 contract for the next school year, please raise your hand. All right. All those opposed? And that's Mr. Miller in opposition. All others in favor. All right. Moving on. Mr. Miller, would you like to make a motion to the next, to 2D? Communities and schools?
I'd like to make a motion that we renew the annual agreement with Communities and Schools of North Texas. I just want to get the amount here. In the amount of $510,000 and $510,264 for the year 2014 through 2015.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Hassett. Mr. Miller, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just reiterate what I talked about before. I think it's important that people look at where we're providing the funding, some of the schools, some of the programs that we're putting in place, and that certainly the board be aware of all of this, but that the community take a look at it and see where some of our problem areas are and where they can help.
Are there any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor to consider the annual agreement with Communities and Schools of North Texas? And that is unanimous. All right, Mr. Miller, would you like to make a motion for 2K2? Playgrounds at elementary schools.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve CSP number 2360-14, new pre-K playgrounds at elementary schools. Oh, I'm sorry. New playgrounds at elementary schools, Peters Colony, B.B. Owen, Indian Creek, Rockbrook, and Rockbrook Elementaries.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Cox. Mr. Miller?
The reason I raise this, and I appreciate discussions with Dr. Rogers, but if we look at, and I just learned about kind of the Student Health Advisory Counselor Committee, we really need to start looking at not just pre-K. We've got some money here to put into pre-K elementary schools and some playgrounds, but we need to start, and Dr. Rogers is doing this, by the way, so we're going to be looking at kind of a broader program of what schools we need to look at, where we keep them open, where we can't keep them open, what are the logistics, and how that fits into an overall health program. I think it's important for the community to know that, and I think it's important that we hear from the community on what the ideas are in providing this. Clearly, in pre-K, early child development, having some physical exercise as well as some other things is very important, and we need to use the money on these schools. I think this also sets the stage for a broader discussion around some of the health issues and health initiatives that we need to pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving 2K2? And that is unanimous. All right. Ms. Cox, would you like to make a motion for 2K7?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the elementary supplemental STEM instructional materials.
Thank you. Ms. Cox made the motion. Ms. Latham seconded. Ms. Cox, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would just like an explanation of the actual program and what it entails and involves.
Well, I'd be happy to help with that. This past year, the Next Generation National Science Standards were formed, not Common Core, just being sure. and they were revised to be considerably more challenging. They added engineering concepts into science courses. And so, although we are accountable for teaching and the texts, we also have to keep an eye on what's out there in the rest of our nation. And you talked earlier, Mr. Miller, about transcending state and national expectations, and this is one of the ways that we are looking to do that. This work does match with our strategic design, specifically with Goal 3, reframe state readiness standards through development of power standards in a way that leads to profound learning and has meaning and value for students. Additionally, it goes with action item create cross-subject and course connections, K-12, that result in global literate students who can compete, well, that too, but actually I meant compete, in an international marketplace. Utilize resources that establish international curriculum standards. Additionally, this points to Goal 7, design an accountability system that transcends national and state mandates and reflects local values and expectations as identified by our core beliefs, vision, and mission. And the action item associated with that is continually evaluate standards and systems based on the goals of LISD so that they transcend state and federal mandates. So in LISD, we began investigating we're getting late here, investing materials that integrate math and science standards through engineering design challenges. And we did this past year. So as we did this, we used Title II money and Title I money. Title II money funds professional learning. And of course, you understand Title I money for our Title I campuses. And so we had campuses that were interested in initiating work on STEM. We did we came very close to reaching the 20,000 limit. And so at that point, we knew that we had to go for an RFP so that we could provide the materials that our teachers and our students need. Students must now use math and science skills applied to the real world. Engineering serves as the conduit that integrates both math and science. And the most important opportunity or impact for this could be the power of pairing math and science in tandem so that our students make connections across the contents. We really cannot afford to continue to operate with our different areas, our different subject areas, always being separate. We have to show our students, better yet, we have to let them learn through experience that they see all of the connections between the different things that we're working with them about. This is a rich hands-on experience. One of the things that I'm most excited about is that Lewisville ISD created a 3-day STEM Academy for teachers. So the teachers came in and they learned about STEM and the different ways that they could teach children. Then we brought in 100 girls, elementary girls from our district who attended the next 3 days so that the students could learn and the teachers could practice what they were learning in the workshop. I couldn't be more excited about that. So the teachers had an opportunity to learn by teaching, and the girls loved the hands-on STEM challenges. So the impetus for this bid really rose from us not having enough vendors, and it's already turned into something wonderful. I can only imagine what it's going to be.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. All those in favor of 2K7, Elementary Supplemental STEM Instructional Materials, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. All right. 2 more. Moving on. Ms. Cox, would you like to make a motion for records management, storage, and shredding?
I make a motion that we approve the records management, storage, and shredding.
Thank you, Ms. Latham. Ms. Cox, would you like to speak to that, please?
Yeah, I just was curious if the district is something that they're moving towards going paperless, to not having the storage cost, and then where is the, if we have off-site data that's stored for the district and what their location is.
I will be glad to answer those questions. This storage is based on documents, records that we're required to keep, such as academic records for 9 through 12 that we have to keep. That's a permanent record that we always maintain those. We follow the guidelines established by the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. Are we currently going paperless? We are currently having conversations with the Texas State Library and Archives Commission to make sure that we are following all of the legalities. So currently, we're not going paperless. While we scan these documents for digital storage, we are not currently converting to a paperless system. These are maintained at Iron Mountain Record Storage. We also, when we scan these with our paper vision, we do back up the documents. They are backed up to our disaster recovery at Lewisville High School, and I believe that was one of your questions. It's only a one-time fee for doing that because they're not being backed up in the cloud by a vendor, but it does require storage there. It's a one-time fee of $15,000. But the reason we also have to keep these at another place, in addition to Lewisville High School, if there was a tornado that came through and it wiped out Boland and LHS, our disaster recovery, we would also have them at the Iron Mountain site.
Are there any other questions about that? Okay. All those in favor of approving of that motion, raise your hand. That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Miller, would you like to make a motion for Texas Student Data System?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Texas Student Data System, TSDS, State Student Information System, SSIS, Skyward.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ms. Latham. All right, Mr. Miller.
So, don't have any real problem with this item. It seems it's about an 8% increase. We're getting some other things, but in the technology workshop, I think we talked about this. And it might be addressed through the $21,000 for the family access interface, but I think, Karen, you were going to be working on some things, looking at what some other colleges were doing, kind of a single sign-on for families to make Skyward a little easier. So I guess what I'm curious about with communications and with IT, is this addressing any of the questions that came up about how we can make Skyward easier for families to use, more of a consolidated interface, and is there any other incremental functional benefits that we're getting from it?
I can't speak to this particular agenda item, but what I can share with you as far as the portal, the technology and communications have been meeting during the summer to determine what steps we want and what are the needs. Our next step is meeting with purchasing to determine if we need to go into RFP, RFQ process and see what's out there. So that's where we are with as far as a single login sign-on. And those are some of the questions we do have, is how would it interface with Skyward or if it can't. So we just have to see what's out there and who is willing to play with us, if you will.
Okay.
David Coons, Director of Technical Information Services, will address this question.
Members of the board, I've been working with Karen as well to try to explore some other opportunities outside of Skyward. But in addition to that, to try to do an immediate need, to address this immediate need, we are trying to add kind of a launch page within Skyward's Family Access that will kind of bring together some of these outside programs that students are having to interface with. I'm not saying that it's going to be the robust solution that we want long term, but it will be something that will bring some of that together to a single interface within Skyward to hopefully help parents and students.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks. All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving that motion, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, this concludes the business portion of our meeting. We will take a 10-minute recess and return to conduct a Level 3 parent-student grievance. The time is now 9:25.
Rogers has great
respect.
With Jeff Conner, as far as legal. No, I mean, my relationship is whatever the district asks me to do. So.
Oh, okay. Are you an employee of the district, or are you like a?
We're out of house, so we're kind of on call for when they.
I got you.
But we've been doing it for a long time.
All right.
I don't know if you know Bob Luna.
I've heard that name. I'm trying to figure.
Bob's been around a while. And his dad Earl Luna was before him. I know you've been in the community.
I've been in the community.
Well, very good. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Bo. Look forward. Come up here and have a seat, man. We need faces in the place.
So it's 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes and we're leaving, right?
I doubt if it's going to be 10 minutes when we're going to, it's a break. You're going to come back in here and you're going to get to witness something that you've never witnessed before. This is so educational. When you get ready to write your term paper or something, you can talk about the day that you went to a level 3 grievance at the Lewisville Independent School District. I'm serious. You're going to enjoy this.
You guys are going to sit up here? I'm not sure.
I don't know how it's done. I was asking who was supposed to sit here.
I'm assuming.
Do we know who's supposed to sit there? Yeah, she's going to be here for sure.
Well, I'm speaking.
No, you'll feel free to form the change.
Okay.
Victoria, you should sit. No. You should sit. You don't have to speak. But I think it's I might say something.
No, don't say nothing.
But I do need to because it's just sit right here. You know my kid.
Where?
Is this good?
Yeah, well, we didn't know what.
No, we'll just set it. Chairs here, and then we'll get 3 chairs. It's all of us will sit. We'll sit here, and y'all sit there. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know how this worked.
I had to turn that way. Oh, I got it. I've only got one camera.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
He knows what he's doing, right?
All right. Except for
There we go. All right, like that.
that one that's up on top there. Whenever you're standing.
Okay, so they're
switching all live. Yeah.
So they're sitting there.
No, I got everything on my iPad. Hey, how are you?
Is that better?
I'm sorry.
Where do you want me?
Oh.
Over here on this side? Sit at the table, kids. I'm there.
Hi, Jennifer. I'm Michelle King. Yes, and Dr. Rogers. I'm not sure if I'm going to be here all the time, but I have a card in response. So, yeah. Do you want a card? Will that help you? Do you need that for anything?
I should send a warning to
I'm going to sit over here. Okay. He just kept saying, we're sitting at the table, but I was thinking, sure, I'm going to sit over here.
When you wait I didn't know. Are y'all not going to sit here by me, or I even brought you water? Huh? No. Ooh, hello.
Sounds like you're in a what? Tin can. I am not in a tin can. I don't know why it sounds that way. All right, but we are reconvening into open session, and the time is now 9:37. All right. The next item on the agenda is the Level 3 grievance appeal filed by Leah Montez. This grievance will be heard in accordance with Board Policy FNG, Student and Parent Complaints and Grievances. The parents of the student have requested in writing that the grievance be presented in open meeting, and therefore the presentation will so proceed. This matter is being audio taped and transcribed by a court reporter, so I will ask that each person who speaks identify himself or herself for the record when you first begin speaking. We will first go around the room, and I will ask each board member and our superintendent's not here. I will ask everyone here at the board table to state their names and position for the record. And if we could just start down there, Ms. Vaughn.
Chris Vaughn, Secretary.
Kathy Duke, Vice President.
Christy Hassett, Board Member.
Joe Ball, I'm here as the attorney for the district.
Tricia Sheffield, Board President.
Tracy Miller, Board Member, Place 7.
Angie Cox, Board Member.
Brenda Latham, Trustee.
Quentin Burnett, Representative for the administration.
Thank you. I will now ask for the parents and representatives to please identify themselves.
Leah Montez.
Antonio Montez.
And Johnny Foster.
Thank you. I would also ask that anyone speaking on behalf of the district for this presentation and please identify themselves for the record.
Kevin Rogers, Chief Operating Officer.
Beth Brockman, Associate Superintendent for Staff and Community Relations.
Michelle King, Executive Director for Professional Learning.
Thank you. Next, let me review a few procedural issues for the grievance presentation. This is not a formal hearing. There is no sworn testimony, and there is no cross-examination. This is not a courtroom, and the formal rules of evidence do not apply. Our goal is to determine in an efficient and reasonable manner whether the complaint should result in any action by the board or the administration. Board members may ask questions of any person. Question by the parties should be addressed to me as president of the board, and I will determine whether the question should be answered. Each party will have 15 total minutes to complete all of their presentation, including time in the initial presentation and any rebuttal. And we will have that up on the screen so that everybody can see the times. And again, if you want to reserve times for rebuttal, then you need to please make sure you note the time. So you have a total with everything of 15 minutes. The board will listen to the parents or any representative that the parents brought here to speak on their behalf. When presenting your concerns, please discuss only those facts and issues detailed in your previous grievance conferences at levels 1 and 2. Please be advised that this is an appeal strictly limited to complaints earlier grieved or remedies requested at levels 1 and 2. Your grievance presentation must not include any new complaints or additional remedies that were not already first presented at level 1 and then also included in your level 2 appeal notice. Such new matters will not be reviewed by the board or considered for relief as part of this level 3 appeal. After the parents' presentation, we will give the administration an opportunity to present. After conclusion of both grievance presentations and any questions by the board shall consider the complaint and may deliberate on the matter if it chooses to do so. The board may go into closed session under provisions of the Open Meetings Act. The board may give notice of its decision orally or in writing up to and including the next regularly scheduled board meeting. The board may or may not take any action in response to the complaint. If the board does not make a decision regarding the complaint by the end of the next regularly scheduled board meeting, then the lack of response by the board upholds the administrative decision at level 2. Okay. So, Mr. and Mrs. Montez, your presentation time is 15 total minutes. If you want to use some of your time for response to the administration presentation, you'll need to reserve some of those 15 minutes for that rebuttal time. And you now may proceed.
Thank you. To President Sheffield, board members, and other LISD officials, and all that have gathered tonight, thank you for hearing my third-level grievance. As my voice is shaking because I'm cold and I'm a little nervous. But as the board has read, my primary concerns are stated in the remedies sought from the level 3 grievance. And I'll just outline those as they are in your documentation. One of the remedies had to do with targeted outcome-based training, as well as accountability and the implementation of the discipline matrix and parent involvement in the schools. And for me, the third issue, not listed as a remedy sought, but listed by me as a concern in the documentation, is the hiring practices to ensure diversification of the teaching and administration within LISD. As the board has read in the documents prepared for this grievance, I know that many great things have been planned for addressing my concerns. Many of these specific things were just made known to me when I received the manual on Thursday, August 6th. So you might ask, if things are going to happen, why am I here tonight? Well, I'll start with history. We moved into the district in 1997. My daughter graduated from Hebron, a LEAP student. She was admitted into most schools for which she applied. She graduated as a National Achievement Scholar. After moving our sons from a private Christian school to public school, our sons have done well for the most part. We started to hear issues at our middle school, Creek Valley Middle School, in January of 2012, which is in your documentation as well. It started with the increase of the N-word usage. I talked with the principal via email, and my warning was that if this were not addressed on the campus, it could morph into more of an issue. After 2 years to that date, it happened to my son. We walked through that first incident a little shell-shocked, but we had tried to have open conversations regarding how things were handled, and we hoped to start a conversation about diversity training and other things. That discussion did happen, but there was no ongoing plan for the future. So I started research. I found a wonderful film called American Promise. I viewed it as a family, and we continued more research. A few months later, a second suspension, the one which we are talking about today. By then, I had joined a national conversation. I've engaged our local NAACP, other parents. I've sought out thought leaders on the subject. I've subscribed to newsletters from organizations like the Christian Defense Fund, where I was educated on the cradle to the pipeline to prison. To my dismay, what I was reading was actually happening in my own community. I had to ask the question, if the punishment is always levied fairly, as I'm told, why don't the numbers reflect that? After this incident, pulling open records, reviewing lots of data, I knew it was time to start a conversation that might be difficult. So that's how my journey began. It started with an incident, and now it's turned into a movement. So as I stated, the remedies put forth to my issues are very good. I would like the board to just assist in establishing some SMART goals that involve parent and student involvement with the remedies. The first one, culturally competent training. What does a trained administrator look like? What does a trained campus look like? How do the parents feel at that campus, and how do the students feel at that campus? Success of this training can't only be measured by the district. It has to encompass goal number 5 from strategic design, continuously involve our diverse community, staff and students to use their strengths, resources, and talents to provide engaging, innovative experiences for all learners. The Promise Kept book, which accompanies the American Promise film, says, a lot of people have been talking about black boys. We think that more conversation should take place with black parents as well as educators. If this training involves SMART goals that involve parents, I think there has to be an initial assessment because you can't measure what you don't know. If there hasn't been an initial conversation with parents and students, how do we know that there's been an improvement? So I'm asking the board to just consider that parents have to be involved with any of the culturally competent training that's been set forth as one of the solutions to my remedy. Going on to remedy 2. The culturally competent training should help in administering the discipline matrix fairly. However, my concern is still, before the matrix, all students were supposed to be treated fairly, but our ratio was still out of proportion at the schools for which we obtained open records. This means that discretion was used, and it appears the discretion favored non-African American students. So I hope you can see why I'm not really warm and fuzzy about the matrix solving the problem. I was told in our situation that this was typical middle school behavior. I pondered that because if it's typical, wouldn't it be shown across all races? If it's typical, could there have been another remedy than in-school suspension? According to studies addressed in publications like the Achievement Gap and the Discipline Gap, Two Sides of the Same Coin, by Dr. Ann Gregory, it states you have a white kid and a black kid doing the same kind of behavior, but the teacher may hone in on the black kid and say that now you're in trouble. That kid gets sent to the office, and they may be issued a harsher punishment. According to a wonderful but sad story by the Washington Post entitled, My Son Has Been Suspended 5 Times, He's 3, written by Tanette Powell, the co-founder of The Truth Heals. Her school had policies regarding how each student would be treated, but it wasn't until she attended a birthday party and she talked with other mothers to learn that their students had been doing the same behavior or worse, and they had not been getting suspended. The last fact to make my case regarding tight monitoring of the discipline matrix, if implementation of things like the matrix solved all of the underlying problems, why are 11 foundations spending $194 million over the next 5 years to partner with the White House in My Brother's Keeper initiative to address these areas? So according to the executive summary that's in your own documentation from the U.S. Department of Education and the U.S. Justice Department under clear, appropriate, and consistent expectations and consequences, one bullet point states to ensure discipline measures that include a range of measures. All this to say, yay, discipline matrix. I know everyone's worked real hard on it. I appreciate the efforts. I'm only asking the board to make a recommendation and ensure implementation of a parent-type council that also helps to review this matrix, discuss the matrix, and work with the principals with the implementation. I believe the matrix needs to be a work in progress, a living, breathing document. I'm asking the board to make a recommendation and ensure implementation of a student-type council, students regarding the matrix. According to the strategic design core beliefs, critical thinking and problem solving today are necessary for students to be equipped for future challenges. Addressing race, diversity, cultural sensitivity would be a welcome challenge for our student population if they were to be assisted with guidelines or a moderator or proper tools. So again, for those two remedies, I'm asking that there be more parent involvement, strict monitoring, and transparency. And when the monitoring reflects an issue, that an action plan be put in place that involves parents and students. My last concern with the hiring practice, again, this was an issue that I had listed. I received the response from Beth Brockman to understand the hiring process. It appears race and other factors are initially transparent in the hiring process. I'm asking the board to mandate that LASD follow the TEA strategy for diversity and recruitment. There has to be a way to intentionalize diversity. Major corporations have to do it with MWBE suppliers. In reviewing LASD's own training materials and TEA information on teacher diversity and recruitment, this is already a widely held belief. So I'm a little perplexed as to how it could be implemented if it's not intentional. So I pulled an article from TEA, and a couple of the bullet points state, first, diversity is considered important because students need role models of like characteristics in professional positions, and all students need exposure to professionals who reflect the diversity of the state. The absence of role models gives minority students the negative message that opportunities are unavailable to persons from their background. Second, teachers may interact more successfully with students who have culturally similar backgrounds to their own. And third, diversity within a school teaching force may increase knowledge and understanding of different cultural groups for all the teachers, thereby enhancing the ability of all teachers to interact successfully with a diverse classroom. So in conclusion, I'm asking the board to please work with HR to come up with a way to intentionalize diversity. Maybe an officer of diversity, maybe an office of diversity. I'm not really sure. Lewisville ISD has over 80 languages spoken in the district, so it's time for us to be diverse. In conclusion, the desired necessary outcomes that I'm looking for are just, again, SMART goals that are involving measurements by parents and students, more community involvement, perhaps screening a film like American Promise so that there is some type of conversation that facilitates groups working together. Parent and student involvement in the discipline matrix rollout and the implementation, maybe a community advocate. They don't have to be a hired position. We could write a job description and seek out leaders and empower them and give them a voice. Initially, again, it may be tough conversations, but we have tough problems to solve. I looked in information for Aurora, Colorado, and they have community advocate, community liaison positions to work with their district to foster ongoing communication and help with community relations. Something like this is very much in line with several of the strategic design goals and values. So I'll end with the story, the lessons that we learned from the N-word. When my son was involved with this situation, we knew that the kid that was also involved. But they were able to talk together. They were initially upset with each other, but they talked to each other. They worked it out. This kid sought me out when I was at school volunteering, very timidly came up to me to apologize. He's since been at my house. I've since talked to his parents. And we thought, what a great opportunity to use that, because everybody at the school knew what was going on, to use that as a teachable moment, to say people can come together. Even if they've had an initial blow-up, you can figure out how to talk to each other and make things work. For me, Lewisville has been a lighthouse. Okay, don't cry, Leah. Lewisville has been a lighthouse district. It was a lighthouse for me because I had a creative and gifted daughter, and she needed a great education. Whew. It was a lighthouse for me because my oldest son needed PPCD, and I didn't even know what PPCD was. And when somebody told me that you can take your 3-year-old to your school and they would help him, I thought, wow, that's wonderful. So we fell in love with Miss Donna and Miss Helen. And he is since an honor student, has no issues, was mainstreamed at the age of 5 because of PPCD. So I know what Lewisville can do. I'm only asking Lewisville to be a lighthouse district for many kids from many different backgrounds that also need that type of representation in their schools. School needs to be fair for everybody, and that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montez. Do you want to reserve your time for rebuttal?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So can we reflect? Nope. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds? What was it? What was it? Okay, so 2 minutes and 51 seconds. I'm sorry. There's our official guy right there. 2:55 for rebuttal. All right. Okay, thank you. I will now ask for the administration to present their position.
Board of Trustees, as a longtime LIC employee, I believe we continually demonstrate care for all students. We also strive to provide a safe and orderly learning environment. Of course, while we teach our students valuable life lessons about responsible behavior, there must be high conduct expectations enforced consistently for all students, and that consistently issue is sometimes difficult. I promise I didn't tell them to do that. Ready?
All right, so the computer locked up, so he's going to time it on his phone.
Give him a 3-minute warning.
That'll work.
So can you let them know, though, when they've got about 3 minutes left?
Maybe every 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
LISD must always be concerned about diversity and equality. I've had several good, very productive conversations with Mr. and Ms. Montez and Mr. Foster regarding discipline of students, and feel that they have raised some legitimate matters for our consideration and action. I believe my response at level 2 appropriately addressed the remedies that Ms. Montez just listed, so I won't go through those again. I tried to provide 3 proactive steps that LISD would take in response to their requested remedies. In regards to the remedy 3 regarding hiring practices, I will let you know that immediately after my level 2 meeting with the Montezes, I actually met with Dr. Brockman to talk about their concerns and made sure that that was on her radar. The level 3 appeal that you've heard Ms. Montez speak about certainly seems to seek clarification on the remedies that I offered at level 2. And so because of that, I've asked for 2 experts to join me, Ms. King, Executive Director of Professional Learning, and Dr. Brockman, Associate Superintendent. So at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. King to talk briefly about remedy number 1.
Ms. Sheffield, members of the board, Michelle King, Professional Learning Executive Director. Our solution, our remedy for diversity training is around the topic of actually dealing with the concept through the lens of cultural proficiency and cultural competence. We believe that by addressing cultural proficiency, which is a way of looking at diversity that enables both the individuals and the organizations to respond effectively to people who are different from themselves. Cultural competence, then, is the behavior that is aligned with the standards. And as we begin this training, phase 1 this year, we would make sure that all campus administrators and central office leaders receive the training. Additionally, as we know right now, we have the opportunity to participate in a 2-day institute here in the North Texas area. I've previously participated in this institute myself last year and began actually designing a cultural proficiency training in my previous district. Through that, we would have a cadre of educators who would attend this, as well as designated staff from the aforementioned campus, and we would develop a train the trainers model so that we could carry this out then for the remainder of our staff. Phase 2 is where we begin to engage the entire district. And then our future work would allow us to continue to dive deep so that we can look at things through various content lenses, look at it through the counseling lens. On pages A6, you have my executive summary. Pages A7 and A8 in the binder outline specifically what that training would look like.
And I would like to note that as part of the remedy at level 2, while I was only asked to address training for Creek Valley Middle School, I thought this was a win-win situation, and why not provide it for all campus staff at all of our schools. So, and so I made the promise that we would do all administrators this year and all campus staff by the end of next year. I would certainly like to discuss briefly the second remedy, which is about the discipline data, which is to me, the more complex issue. First off, we know that good student behavior is critical for schools. And I appreciate that Mr. and Ms. Montez have never talked about lowering standards as far as for discipline and expectation of students. We also know, and I will tell you firsthand, sometimes students are removed temporarily to improve the overall learning environment of other students too. So we do have to make sure we don't totally take things like in-school suspension off the table, but I do believe that we need to look at other options as far as not only depend on ISS first off. I've had the opportunity to do a lot of research, as you might imagine, regarding disproportionate discipline data. In other words, the percentage of student enrollment compared to the percentage of discipline at those schools. And there's no doubt that it particularly shows African American students, and there's some other areas of concern that we and nationally need to look at, for instance, special ed students. I appreciate that the Montezes did state at our Level 2 meeting that these concerns are certainly much more broad than just at Creek Valley Middle School. When you look at the data, it's a much larger topic than Creek Valley Middle School, LISD, or even Texas. It is, as Ms. Montez mentioned, a national issue. Matter of fact, you were provided the letter from the U.S. Department of Ed and the U.S. Justice Department, which was sent to the school districts in January of 2014. And I provide that in Section J in your notebook. I would call your attention to the 3 guidelines that the U.S. Department of Ed suggests. We've got to look at climate and prevention. Number 2, clear, appropriate, and consistent expectations and consequences. And 3, equity and continuous improvement. I believe we have taken strides and actually meet some of the criteria, but there's always room for improvement. The next thing I'd like for you to look at is the last tab in your folder, and that's the LISD data from the state and Creek Valley Middle School data. So that's in Section K. I don't want to spend a lot of time on the data. The data is what it is. There is no doubt that there are higher numbers of African American students being disciplined in our schools and other schools, and something that we need to certainly look at. If you look at the state data, when you look at the different columns, it talks about number of students, and it talks about the number of ISS students, and then what percent. And so you look at that, and so, for instance, for African American students, there are 5,283 African American students out of the number of 54,999, and that, as far as ISS percentage, is 18.04% of those 5,283 students were given ISS at some time this past year, and this was for the year 2012-13, and so on. And so when you compare that to white, 6.61%. So we certainly have things that we need to work on. There is no doubt that this data cannot be just simply explained away, and I think they understand. I've not tried to do that. What I believe that we as a district need to do is now begin to work on what are the causes and what are the remedies for this disproportionate data. I believe this is a great opportunity for LISD, the community, to have conversations about diversity, consistency, and discipline, the use of discipline data to better understand the appropriate administration, the use of alternative consequences, and other related issues. I truly believe LISD cares about all students, and we provide safe, orderly learning environments. As I've stated, Mr. and Ms. Montez have some legitimate concerns, and LISD has taken them serious, in my opinion. In addition, I believe we've taken great strides to address these prior to the grievance itself in some cases. I also appreciate that they sincerely want to be part of the solution, and I appreciate that they come with that attitude. Some of the actions we've taken by the district, strategic design itself. If we have more engaged students in our classroom, they're much less likely to disrupt the class. So the discipline matrix that's mentioned, It is a work in progress, as you approved that several months ago at our board meeting, and certainly the intent was for us to have those high conduct expectations, but also that they're enforced consistently across our district. We have renewed participation in Safe and Civil Schools, which is led by an outside consultant. We've done Safe and Civil Schools we began that about 7 or 8 years ago. It's a program that takes proactive approaches to student behavior. The hallmarks of it include diving into data, identification of problem areas of the campus, and problem behaviors, developing clear campus expectations, and teaching students those expectations. It also involves individual teachers, which I think is critical. I will tell you, Creek Valley was one of the initial campuses that volunteered to begin this program over 7 years ago. But with all of our campuses and the staff turnover, we believe that it's time to renew our. Oh, we're back on. Okay. Creation of data. I met with technology about a month ago and asked that they create a program that every 9 weeks we will provide discipline data to every principal. It will be automatically sent out to where they see the data every 9 weeks. In the past, our system has always been sort of after the fact, post-mortem, where I felt it was much more beneficial to look at the data as it's happening versus waiting till the end of the year. We've already begun a lot of dialogue with our campus administrators about discipline. The data analysis is leading to quality conversations that will lead to a wide array of differentiating consequences for offenses. We provide a lot of alternative consequences already: warnings, detention, Saturday, Wednesday school, an ADAPT program where parents can, instead of their child being removed from class, can offer and attend a night program that we want to ramp up. I will tell you, Creek Valley Middle School was the middle school that used that program the most. Sometimes it's not the administrator that prevents people from participating in the ADAPT program. It's the parent because of their not schedule, so on. We have begun to investigate and implement, as actually the USDOE suggests, restorative discipline practices, and we will explore more peer mediation options. So the last but not least, I've planned to create a district task force about discipline. I've gotten approval from Dr. Waddell, which will begin in mid-September. Certainly I'll ask for some of the folks that I've had the pleasure to meet to participate, but also have students and parents and teachers and administrators participate to begin this larger conversation about discipline and when it is and when it isn't appropriate to remove students from the classroom. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Brockman to speak about Remedy 3. Sorry.
That's fine. A number of years ago, LISD joined the Teacher Job Network through Region 10 Service Center. This is on page A5 of your binder, to give us access to a greater pool of applicants for all positions. While we now have access to a greater pool of applicants, we then have to look at who is available to be interviewed on the campus. We look at a number of factors, including references, certifications, experiences, Connexa scores, which are a screening tool, GPA. For our principals in selecting folks to interview, they have to select from those who are screened or as other applicants cross their interest that they request that HR does the screening. Race, color, national origin data, as well as birth dates and social security numbers for applicants are masked to the campus principal to limit opportunities for discrimination. So our processes in place are designed to reflect our anti-discrimination policies. However, I believe the solution now is to look at enriching our candidate pool through recruitment, through marketing, to attract more diverse applicants to LISD. As I am new in my position this year, as you well know, I'm looking forward to taking this on as a challenge. I firmly believe that our students, our communities, and our schools need teachers that reflect the diverse, rich cultural heritage of our communities.
Okay, thank you. You'll have a minute and 15 seconds, if you so desire. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Montez, you now have 2 minutes and 55 seconds to respond to the administration's information, if you would like.
The only thing that I have a question on is for the ADAPT program. When is that offered in the kind of the continuum of discipline? I've never heard of that before. When we received our ISS placement, there was never another way that we could have worked through that.
Is that all that you have to say in response?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so then you can actually respond to that if you like, right?
Sure. ADAPT stands for Alternative Discipline and Parent Teaming. Its purpose is to offer an alternative. Parents and students meet separately with the counselor in a group, so it is mostly used for truancy. My point is, though, it can be used for out of school placements or out of class placements, and that's something we expect to broaden. ADAPT is required as part of our truancy program, but students can be referred through either the campus principals or administrators or counselors. Usually it's for repeat chronic offenders because there's some other things going on with that person that continually gets in trouble, and so a lot of times the counselor makes that referral.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Just in closing, Ms. Sheffield, I just certainly believe that we need to do a better job in monitoring our discipline data. I'm not going to sit here and tell you otherwise. I also think it's critical that we continue to model appreciation and tolerance of others and certainly teach our students to do so also. However, we also, and I appreciate the honesty of the Montezes and Mr. Foster, we also need to understand when looking at this research, as I have done for about the last 6 weeks, and the data, that this is a multifaceted issue. Okay. I look forward to the opportunity ahead, and certainly I want us to be the district. Why not us? Why not let LISD be the group that works on this issue?
Thank you. All right, do any board members have any questions for the parents or for administration? Yes, Ms. Cox?
Ms. Montez, I just have a quick question about, reading the documentation, or just for clarification. Is it correct statement to say that you've been asking for a disciplinary matrix change for since 2012?
No, since 2012, we just brought up the issue of the culture of the school and the fact that we were just seeing the kind of the prolific use of the N-word. And so as you see in your documentation, I started the emails to Dr. Edwards.
Okay, thank you. No question for the district. Mrs. Montez references here about starting a mentorship program. So I was just curious, I totally believe engagement is the key, parent involvement. Is there a mentorship program at Creek Valley currently, and are they expediting that?
And I don't want to speak for Creek Valley. I know that there is not a specific one, but I know that they have put in place for a new program.
Well, we can let Ms. Jen to speak to that if she'd like.
I wonder how it was advertised.
Ms. Jen, for the record, could you please state your full name and position?
I'm sorry, my name is Nicole Catherine Jones.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, points of clarification that need to be made? Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Montez, for your presentation. This grievance is now concluded. The board will now go into closed meeting related to this level 3 grievance presentation under section 551.074 personnel matters and to consult with its attorney under Texas Government Code section 551.071. I don't have the time. Okay. The time is now 10:15 on August 11, 2014, and we will now go into closed session.
They broke there into being on the. I think there's two.
So now,
I nominated her. I see anything.
oh, she talking about school board.
Yeah, school board. I was like, yeah, I'm going to think about that one. Because they treat me the way they treat him, right? Because you know, I'd be like, look at Rich.
You're going to be on mic. Shut up.
Hey, Johnny. That's it. She talking about you ought to run for the lady, run for school board. I said, I get up there, they treat me the way they treating him. I said, I'll be going off and stuff.
Sweating.
Be on my mic. Oh, you know, I'd be sweating, spitting, and all kind of stuff.
Okay, we will now reconvene into open session. The time is now 10:49. Okay. The board has heard and considered the Level 3 grievance of Leah Montez. Is there a motion concerning the grievance?
Yes, there is. I make a motion that we uphold the Level 2 hearing that made by the district with the stipulation of with the inclusion of the administration's comments this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Duke. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Miller?
I'd just like to say that I appreciate the attempt at unity here to solve a complex problem. I think we heard compassionately from parents and community members. I think the district, there was every attempt to try and find ways to address the problem, and I'm confident that in working together, and we'll need you all to help us, that the district has a good plan, and appreciate the sensitivity by which you've pursued that with the Montezes and the way that you've received it.
Anyone else? Okay. I too would like to just acknowledge, I think there's legitimate issues here, and I think everyone recognized that. In the same token, agree with what Mr. Miller said and appreciate the response of staff. I think that, I know Dr. Rogers and everyone will be working diligently to see this moving forward. I think from a district perspective, if we can, or in a board and community perspective, if we could perhaps have monitoring on that. I know that would be something that would probably come in discipline discussions at the end of the year, but I don't know if that's something that your office could do as information becomes available.
Plan with the task force and other items is certainly to report back to the board in a periodic manner. So, as I said, the data usually is not available until after the school year, and remember, it's always a year behind. That's why the latest data is 12-13. But we will certainly keep the board apprised of what's going on with the task force and other measures.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, we will now vote on the motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. So the vote is 7-0. I said that. It's unanimous. This motion passes. And yes, I'm getting there. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is now 10:53. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
What I tell you?
That's a page.